TV poo poo.
Oh, yes, Daddy!
My swamp. Gosh, I've always wanted to say that. But please, don't go. I'm really lonely. Get out of my swamp. Gosh, I've always wanted to say that. But please, don't go. I'm really lonely.
Yeah. Fuck Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Fuck him.
Wow. First thing, wow, we're coming out the gates swinging tonight.
No, I agree.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
agree.
You heard me. Dwayne Rock, I'm coming for you. You fucking catch these stray shots.
At least I'm funny.
We're starting. Wow.
Wow.
Oh,
whoa. I didn't know we were going to be starting the session with so much Dwayne The Rock Johnson slander.
Listen,
Yeah.
he's not funny. I'm sorry.
I
I'm
love
not
the guy.
sorry, but
He's not funny. No, yeah.
I don't. I have. Listen, if we were in a competition on who hates him more, I think I would win.
Yeah, I
Really?
mean, like, I used to love him. Like, I love, like, early 2000s rock. But, like, these days, he's just some, like, corporate shill.
Pretty
He's
much.
so fucking full of himself.
Yeah.
Oh, man. You know what? At this point, I don't even know why I keep us muted for, like, the countdown.
Because it's fun.
Oh shit, but anyway,
hi.
Good evening, Swamp Kids. Welcome into another session of the Ring of Arorynn. I am joined once again by my players, TVHEADD Hadar,
Hi, how's it going?
Dawnmakuu Solus,
Ring ring.
Hello!
Weird.
Ace
Dichotomy of me.
Hello.
and Vori Vaeri.
I think you are muted, Vori.
Hey, how's it going?
There you are.
There you go.
I saw him light up, and then nothing happened. I was like, what? There's nothing there.
The noise
Wait a
actually might be
minute.
a little up a little too high.
Yes, we are back again, continuing the adventure. Last time our heroes learned about a little bit more about the four suits that they were tasked with asking Evaru, the leader of the Kulzi Citadel. They got
After all that, dude was like, oh.
Yeah, the dude put on quite a bit of a show just to be like, yeah, I've been looking into this shit too, and shrugs.
Thanks, man.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
You're
Yeah, that
so
was definitely
wild
a
now.
show.
But he did give you at least a couple names and a little bit of backstory to the four suits. The four suits being legendary artifacts that would eventually inspire the form of tarot reading. And he also gave you the name of two of those artifacts and a little bit about what they do. One of which being the Intellect Edge, which is a great sword that only wounds the mind and not the body.
Whoa.
And the other one
But it
being
wouldn't work on Solus.
and then the other artifact being the Everdisk, which completely provides for all consumable material components for casting spells, even the ones that have a price tag. As far as those two items inspired the sword suit in tarot and the pentacles or coin suit, respectively. There's no information about the other two.
Was
But
it cups and wands?
cups and wands were the other two suits of the tarot. You don't know what the legendary artifact behind them is.
And with those powers combined, I become Captain Planet.
More like Captain Fortune Teller.
The intellect thing sounds like just like world's largest ganja bar. The mind killer, you know?
Yeah. But let's go ahead and kick it over to the tabletop screen, and we'll get right back to where you guys go into the teleportation wormhole and exit into the capital city of Xapphia.
Yeah.
Little Batman transition for us.
The little Batman transition. All
It
right.
works.
So yeah, you guys, you're flung out of the teleportation circle, and you find yourself inside of a kind of a dusty room, really. It's dark except for being lit by maybe a handful of candles along the walls. And as you guys gather your senses and sort of orient yourself, the glow of the teleportation circle beneath you hums out of existence, and the glow fades.
So, wait. They teleported us and our horse and cart into this room.
Yes.
Well,
Golem escaped. What the?
Solus would like to look around, clear his throat. Hello!
Jeez.
There is no response. You do see at the end of this room there is a door that seems to have some light coming from underneath it.
Did it echo?
It
How
did.
big is this room?
It echoed.
Okay.
all right. I guess the only way towards is to the door. I will approach the door
Okay.
and
Solus
Can
right
I-
behind.
yeah, can I like see it? Is it big enough to fit a horse through, or
The horse can make it through.
Not
There'd
the
probably
cart,
be a little
probably?
bit to do to get the cart through.
Interesting.
We'll have to take it apart and put it back together.
I was just thinking that.
It's a rather big door. Hadar, you would be able to assume that if you just took the wheels off, because they stick out a little bit further than the cart. If you just took the wheels
Yeah.
off, you'd be able to like kind of push the main body of the cart through, kind of scraping along the edges, and then you can just pop the wheels back on when you get back out.
But
Yeah.
kind of like a small stable door.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
All things considered, it seems like nobody's here, right?
Not in
might-
this room.
Not to
Room?
we might be able to just kind of use it as a little bit of a home base until we have a home base.
We'll leave the cart here for a minute.
Yeah, get our bearings, open the door, check out the surroundings, see.
We'll take horse with us.
Yeah, I think so. Unless, he's cool with chilling here. I'm gonna open
Well,
the
we
door.
can ask him.
Yeah.
Well,
the
I'm
cool
not-
thing is we can ask him that, yeah.
Well, I'm already on my way. I'm gonna open the door slowly, kind of peek around, looking out like through I'm assuming the door's open like inwards, and I can get like a slit to look through.
It opens outwards.
Outwards.
Mhm.
Can I still get a slit to look
Yeah,
through? It
yeah.
doesn't really matter which way it opens.
Yeah. But you
I
can
just
you can
want,
you can still you can crack the door open a little bit, and as you do, you see what looks kind of a similar scene to the Bastion of Knowledge. You see all of these like scholarly types just passing each other in the halls.
Oh, so we're inside of a building, like a whole ass building, and not
Yes.
just like.
Yeah.
Okay. Did we get?
Assume the teleportation circle
transported
goes
into a
somewhere
fucking broom
scholarly
closet?
important.
The biggest broom closet of all time.
What did Vori say?
I assume that the teleportation circle goes somewhere scholarly and important for this man,
That makes
or a
sense.
government building.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yes, but
That checks out.
why teleport and horse into the same?
Because
That's
we
where the gate
insisted.
leads.
We did
Well-
say
well,
he had
Without telling us like where the ends like. Whatever. Don't worry about it.
Well,
These are
you
questions.
know-
These are questions that Solus would not ask, so ignore me.
you know wizards, especially when they get
Honestly, it's
up
just
there in age, they start to get start to become pranksters. You know how it is.
it honestly feeds out of character. It honestly feeds more into my theory that this guy's a motherfucking fae. It's just like, oh, I said I would teleport you there, but I didn't need to mention that it was inside.
Your cart in a building.
Just being all tricksy and shit.
Ace, as you're peeking out the door, you see a hand from the side that you're currently not, from like just outside of your view, grab the door itself and pull it open. And you are greeted by a gnome fella. He's got this long beard that almost touches the floor. He looks up to the four of you and the horse and goes, "Oh, well. He said he was sending people. He didn't say anything about a fucking horse, though." Anyways, welcome.
Hello.
Yes, welcome to the Bastion of Knowledge's sister branch here in Xapphia. Ivaru sent you, and he gave me notice ahead of time. Something looking into the four suits.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Well,
What they said.
I don't know how much he told you.
He
but-
said,
not
and I
much.
quote,
Yes, well, unfortunately, it has been a bit of an elusive topic. He's been kind of obsessive over it for the past couple hundred years at least, and him being able to find as much as he has to support his theories is, for
I'm
lack of a better
sorry.
term,
The place is a little bit clean right now.
impressive,
If I knew
really.
you were planning on staying for a while, I'd
And I
have
know
dirtied
that's
the place
kind of
up a little
hard
bit.
to hear or believe since there's so little information.
I was about to say, like, given the fact that he literally, as Ace said, gave us an
I mean,
it doesn't seem that impressive.
right. No, I kind of turn and I go, has he ever mentioned a reason he's so particularly obsessed with this, with these particular artifacts?
He said he theorizes that the four of them are a key to something. I don't know what, but he said that in his research something about if you find all four, and you're able to unlock something. I don't know if it's like a fucking chest or an alternate world entirely. I don't know. He seems to be just as stumped about that, but that's where his gut feeling is kind of tugging him, you know?
Thank you.
And who are you?
Oh yes, my manners. Forgive me. My name is Glizgam. Something funny, fellas?
Solus is just laughing. I'm like, I will be so legit. Solus is just laughing.
I will have you know that it is a family name, and we take great pride in the Glizglam tribe.
You can almost.
Yes,
you
your
can
gnomish
see-
family, sure.
No, okay, well, this is fun. All right. He looks behind you to the cart and goes, and how did he figure you guys were gonna get the cart out of here?
I don't think he did.
I can get the cart through.
No, all right, just don't break anything, I guess. Once you guys have gotten your effects together, and he kind of gestures down the hallway. He's like, I'll lead you to the front doors so you can go and experience the city itself. He tells me that you're new to these parts.
Yeah, new to a lot around these.
Yes, and where is it that we are now? This place.
Oh yes, like as I said, this is the Bastion of Knowledge sister branch. We are located just a little bit on the south central side of Xapphia.
Oh.
Xapphia, of course, being the capital city of the Thessalian Empire.
Big place.
Oh yeah, this place is huge.
Well, we should probably get working on this card if we want to have it out of here in any meaningful time frame.
He kind of looks around to everybody, to a couple of the scholars who've stopped in the hallway to kind of gawk at you, and he shoos them away. He looks back to you guys and goes, "All right, well, I'll just kind of stand out here, and, you know, just wait for you. This place is. I know you've been inside the Bastion and how daunting that is. It's not so bad here, but there's still a good portion of a maze in order to get to where you need to go. So, I'll guide you guys to the front door once you're done."
So,
Let's hope they don't have similar problems. They probably don't want us
so sizing up,
murdering a bunch of thieves.
So sizing up the doorway, he uses his like weapon as turns it into a rule, like one of those folding carpenter's rulers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he kind of measures that out. He's measuring the cart, and he thinks for a second. He says, "It's almost as if it'd be quicker to break it then fix it." Yeah. And so, like, with the horse unattached to it, he just sort of shoves it through the doorway, breaking the cart and the door frame, and then and then just fixes it again, like quicker than you can think. Like in the 5 minutes tops, he's got it done.
Glizgam just kind of like, he jumps at the sound of you crashing this cart through the doorway. And all of the splintering sounds coming from the cart as you're just shattering this thing to get it through. And then you patch it right back up, and he's like, "Oh, well."
Ace just kind of quickly turns to him, you know, like to settling. Tact is not our companion's strongest suit. We promise nothing will end broken.
Oh, well, yeah, sure, I guess.
He points at the door frame. He says, "Better than new."
I'll take your word for it. If you'll follow me, and he starts heading down the hallway.
Yeah, I was looking at my quick repair skill. It says like I take 1 minute to repair an item, even if you count it as several items. Like, it's just quicker.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
Yeah. I was just like, that's kind of funny to me. And it's like the kind of efficient thinking that Hadar would have. It's just like, well, it's almost quicker just to break it and then fix it again.
Talk about brutal efficiency.
Yeah, yeah. So he just kind of comes up behind it like a linebacker and just kind of for chunk.
Love it.
All right.
Let's go.
So
Onwards.
you begin following Glizglam down the halls, and as he said, it's pretty. There's a lot of turns that you have to make, and before you eventually find your way to the front doors. Thankfully, the teleportation circle was on the first floor.
All right.
Solus is still dizzy by the end of it.
He leads you to the door and says, "Well, I know one of you has pretty solid rapport with the main library, and so that extends here. If there's anything you'd wish to research while you're here, you have free reign of this premise."
Very good.
Outside of that, best of luck in what you're looking for, and if you should need me, I'll be here, and I will help to the best of my abilities.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for your hospitality.
And he kind of like stands around awkwardly looking at the four of you and goes, just kind of rocks back on his heels, and he kind of puts his hands in his pockets and just
All right. He's kind of like shoes.
Is there
the
any
rest
way
of
you
the
can
group.
help us?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you to ask so soon. What do you need?
What do we need, team?
I think first things first, a place to stay would be a good start.
Oh yes, there's an inn not too far from here. It's probably about a 20-minute walk down the main drag. You can't miss it.
Well, in terms of the current, I guess, for lack of a better term, mystery that we're working towards, the overarching problem we have. There's no scholarly resource or book or tome that the main person, I'm out of character, I'm forgetting his name, the guy, the wizard.
Ivaru.
There's really no scholarly resource tome or anything of the like that Ivaru hasn't picked over here, right? There isn't like a section of books he glanced over or anything like that.
No, those
That would seem unlikely.
yeah, that kind of information is in his personal library.
Right. So then it would have to be what we came here for, which was out of character. We came here specifically because we thought it might be the next. We thought it might be the next rung on our thing, right? Like, but I'm having trouble trying to remember specifically what it was here that.
Oh, like what?
Damn.
Like what we came for?
Yeah.
Good question.
I mean,
I think my thought was that just moving, you're gonna open yourself up to more opportunities to find things.
well,
Mm.
I think the collective thought was this is the next plot point where the next part of the story.
Okay,
goes.
yes,
but what do we
but-
do?
Well, that's why I wanted to go back to the other wizard and be like, your dude didn't know anything, and then see what his next thought would be on that. But everyone was like,
Alright.
no, we got to go to the next city. And I was like, okay, like, what are we doing here?
Well, okay. So this is like essentially another place that's like full of knowledge and shit, right? And so, like you said, this was the capital.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
No?
This is the capital city.
I would assume that the capital city. Well, the capital city would probably have more resources in a general sense, as opposed to like a city of knowledge that has like I don't know. Maybe we might have more opportunity to hear like things that are not specific to knowledge, like like treasure hunting rumors or some shit like that that would lead to something
yeah,
that
there is
would...
also that. We really
To
haven't gone into the city and allowed a plot point
Yeah.
to happen.
Yeah, or finding leads on like maybe where the relics might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like that, learning. We know about, at least we have like an idea of 2 of the relics, as far as like their descriptors and whatnot. So we could probably take this, like take that information and see, scour the city and see if we hear anything or ask people about it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, in a place
If
like
they had
this,
something like the Pathfinder Society here.
you're gonna have
If they
all
do have an
sorts of
adventurers
parties.
guild, they could say maybe
Yeah.
not necessarily where a particular item is, but where points of note that contain treasures within could be.
Just like hear things.
Whoa!
Whoa, Undead, thank you so much for the gifted subs.
Holy
Oh,
shit!
snap.
Hell yeah!
Welcome in, welcome in.
And Vash for the resub.
And yes, and Voss for the resub. Thank you so much.
Yay!
Also, Vosh, you dropped me a follow. Thank you.
Yes, if you're not following all of our players here, you should be doing that because they're all great.
Oh,
No,
shucks.
you.
Uno reverse.
Uno reverse. Ha.
I
Okay.
say we get situated before we worry about what the plan is.
Yeah, I think probably our best bet is to, like I said, get situated so that we have like
We have
What-
a place we can go to discuss.
a base of operations type
Yeah.
thing.
It's, probably close to a tavern. Everybody knows tavern is a great place to pick up info. Whatever it
Solus
may
can
be.
Solus can get information while gambling.
I wasn't gonna say it, but now it's
There's probably more places of research that we could check, where there's probably something akin to an adventurers guild or something here that we could also check. So we just kind of gotta start looking around, because
No.
I feel like no matter what direction we take, like there's not going to be anything specific, at least that we know of, that's going to be able to help us.
Mm.
Yeah.
So what it sounds
Yeah.
like you're saying in character is
Oh, Solus didn't say any of this in character.
well,
He's an idiot,
okay.
remember?
So what it sounds like you're saying is basically, essentially, our characters are kind of screwed, and we're in it for the long haul. So if we're going to be in it for the long haul and potentially here for a long time, best to grow roots in a base of operations, and that's what.
Yeah.
I'll even say it in character, kind of going over the plot point and say, we don't know exactly what we're getting out of this place, but we are here for the time being. Let's
Utilize it.
find a place to
Oh, yes.
make our base of operations, make ourselves comfortable, and at least have somewhere to go in case the proverbial shit hits the fan.
I think what we do is we find a place to be, and we are here because the center of knowledge was a dud.
You
Very
ain't
true.
kidding.
So we look for people who are practical in going out and finding things, maybe hearing things or seeing things.
I like that. Yes.
Fact finding, base of operations.
Yeah.
He says those as a list, as if he has new purpose.
New goal, new operative.
Yeah, he's like fact finding, base of operations.
Well, we know where one of those is. 20 minutes down the road, there's an inn. So let's make that happen first.
And we clop away.
Yay!
Glizglam kind of does like a small, like little see ya salute, and then just turns on a heel and starts chasing off a couple other scholars who have stopped to gawk at the 4 of you.
Goodbye, little friend.
He says nothing as he's still shooing them away. So you guys proceed out the front door of this sister branch of the...
Get absconded by the bad guy.
And you find yourself in the heart of Xapphia.
I'll tell you what, if I see any fishermen robbing somebody, I'm not going to help them this time.
That's okay, Solus will.
God damn it, Solus.
Hey, he didn't learn his lesson. He's still a good guy at heart, okay?
Hey, Joe, we don't have tokens in this scene.
I love the void.
My
Xapphia
apologies.
lives in the void.
Click, click. Save changes. There you go.
Whoa, whoa.
Ah, there we go.
Holy
Welcome
shit.
to Xapphia.
Oh,
if
God, we're fucked.
London was a city from Attack on Titan, that's what this.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Well, which of these big buildings? The one in the, or is it all one big building? The one
Not
in the foreground, the one in the
the
background?
place where you guys are isn't even pictured.
Yeah, that's the big center area. That's probably where like the king is or something or whatever their governance is.
We don't serve no kings.
Yep.
Yep. So that's and that this whole big structure here is pretty easy to see the giant clock tower from where you guys are. And it's still a good solid distance away. Like if I had to put in some sort of sense of distance where you guys are from this, except in the opposite direction, like kind of in the clock tower's direction, you guys are like maybe here.
Oh shit!
Like that far away. Like it's a big fucking city.
So we're nowhere near
No.
what we're looking at here. Okay.
The big city.
I mean, look, there's no way you're not finding information somewhere in this place.
All right.
Where? I can't tell you, but we have an inn to get to.
Yep.
You sure do. And as Glizglam directed, you literally take this main drag that you find yourselves on, and you start walking. And it's probably about a mile, 2 miles away by the time you finally reach the inn called the Clumsy Cookie.
What a silly name that was.
I love it.
I love it as well.
Nice.
Also, I would like
the
to.
gnome.
Oh God. Oh my God. Yes.
The what?
His name.
The gnome. His ridiculous name.
Glizglam.
You finally want the ace burst out as well. He's not holding it anymore. Yes, it was very silly.
Sounds like a typical gnomish name.
It's okay. You can laugh at it too.
Well, look, big man, we gotta talk. See, look, it's okay to laugh at it. You don't laugh at it in front of him, because we may need his help.
You've unfortunately lost Solus at this point.
I just look. I go, oh, there's not a thought behind those eyes. Forget it. You're fine. You're fine. Don't.
Oh, I will also add during this like mile or two long walk and any subsequent long walks that we need to take. Solus does every time offer the smaller ones uppies if necessary.
I
mean, we have the card too.
Walking is hard.
Pass on the uppies. Thank you. But I will keep the offer in mind.
As you guys are walking down this very busy city street, you just take in the buzz of commotion of people talking, having conversations ranging anywhere between the mundane ones like the weather and such. One thing that draws your attention is two children who are they look like they're reenacting a fight of some kind. You see one of them pretending to swing this giant sword, and another one who is standing behind him, and they're both attacking an unseen enemy. Just cast the one behind the kid with the imaginary sword, pretending to cast spells and such. And they're like, "Oh yeah, that's exactly how he would have done it. That's incredible." It's like, "Oh, you hear that they busted up that one gang the other night, right?" And it's like, "Oh yes, that was great." It's like, "I hope I get to meet them someday."
See, Ace approaches the children with a smile and kneels down to them, and he says, "Well, these guys sound cool. Who are you talking about?"
And one of the kids like stops the kid with the sword stops swinging and like looks up at you and says, "Have you been living under a rock? We're talking about the Celestials."
Not under a rock per se, but not around here. Care to enlighten me?
Oh, they're so cool. The Celestials.
Sorry.
It's these three heroes who go all over the city and they right wrongs. They bust up gangs and they save people from trouble. Oh, they're wonderful. I hope I can grow up to be just like them someday.
Can I just mention that Solus listens to this conversation purely because Celestials kind of sounds like Solus.
Oh, jeez.
Because he was distracted in the beginning because he wanted to he wanted to tell the kid that's swinging around the great sword that his form was all wrong.
Nice.
Do you do that?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not obviously not in a, that was wrong. You like, you know, no. I have a perfect example, and it's I'm sorry in advance if it gets us in trouble. Solus walks up, notices that the kid's swinging the sword around the wrong way, and he walks up while Ace is talking to them, and is like, "Oh, here, let me show you the way to do it properly." And he takes his own great sword out and holds it, not in like in like just in general, just holds it up, not like swinging it around the child or anything, but just sword. So you hold it like this.
He kind of he takes his attention away from Ace and looks at you, and he goes, "That's not how Ralkun handles it at all. He holds it with one hand. He's that strong, and he holds it backwards. Not by the blade. That's stupid. He holds it like he still holds it by the handle, but like it's pointing behind him. He's strong. He can do that."
Well, that sounds very dangerous and improper use of weaponry.
Ace kind of scoffs up teasingly at Solus. "Yo, why can't you do it with one hand?"
Solus just glares at Ace for a moment, and then he proceeds to set the greatsword down, like tip to the ground, grabs it one hand, and then holds it as explained.
Oh, that's why that looks lame as shit.
That's what I'm saying.
You're right. My apologies.
Hey, don't badmouth Ralkun like that. He's strong as hell.
I don't know who this is, but I'm what's the word I'm looking for? I have complaints with his swordsmanship. This is not proper handling of a weapon, and it's dangerous.
How long are you going to argue with the
out.
children?
My buddy seems to have an issue. Do you, by chance, know of any rumors or any information on where we could find them, and perhaps take it up with them?
Why they use their
He
weapons
puts his
like
face in his hand.
It's like, "Oh, you don't find the Celestials. They find you, especially if you've been a mean, bad person." The kid who was pretending to cast spells earlier just stands behind him, nodding. Yeah, he'll find you if you're bad.
Oh, really?
Well, we'll never see them then. Shoot.
What?
What?
I can think of two ways right now.
By all means.
I don't know what you mean.
Do not harm the children.
I'm not touching the kids. I'm leaving that to
No, that was directed at Vori. Just like, do
Yeah.
not harm the children. Because it's immediately apparent to Hadar. He's just like, I can think of 2 ways right now. Shut up these stinky little kids.
Immediately casts electric arc on the kid.
Yeah, like, no, please do not harm the children.
Fine.
Ace stands back up and kind of ruffles the kid's hair in front of him and goes, "Well, we'll keep your information in mind. Thank you for telling us."
They just kind of they don't say bye or anything. They just like run away and like pretend to start swinging a sword and casting spells at more invisible enemies.
Ah, good kids.
Good kids with
Puts
the
his
port
sword
form.
back. Good kids. Portful.
Yeah. Well, that's a lead on something to, mark down.
Yes. Local heroes tend to have information, right?
Any information's
They
better
know
than no
things.
information.
Perhaps we can
This
find
This is true.
But we have an end to get to. We can worry about heroes and villains and the such once we're set up.
fine.
All right,
On to
so
the end.
the 4 of you continue on, and after a little bit longer, you are now faced with the front of the Clumsy Cookie, which is this tavern / inn that is kind of situated between a couple shops, and it is this very tall but narrow building. The outside, there's like it looks like a storefront, really. It's got like the big glass window, and you see like actually a bunch of pastries, and you might have thought for a second that you're in the wrong spot. But you do see on the sign it denotes itself as a inn/tavern.
All right, in we go. It's a tavern and an inn.
Yes.
Is there
All right.
a way to get to the back for the cart or horse?
Not here. It's one of those things where like it's a larger building, and then like the inn is just part of it, going from like the ground floor to the ceiling, or to the roof, I mean.
I'd imagine they have like hitching posts at front.
Yeah, there's some hitching posts up front.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's street side parking.
Ren gets a sugar cube, and then we go inside.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Do we have to pay for the roadside parking? Are there meters?
That's
They
not how
got
that
the
works.
magical meter.
Well, I mean, then again, out of character. I mean, I guess that's a good question. If it's a busy city, like, I mean, they might have, but
Oh,
typically no.
When there's a big city, it reeks of capitalism. That's why. I
Oh
asked.
man, you ain't kidding.
yeah.
Did we? Also, another question. Do we have to parallel park the cart?
Fortunately, you don't.
You have a parallel parked a horse before, baby.
It's that street side parking where it's like kind of diagonal to the sidewalk.
Okay, that's
yeah,
not
yeah.
the worst.
I'm imagining like Victorian England. Like,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, that perfect reason why I ask about the meters.
Yeah. like the kind of city that's in the game Thief.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
that's fair. I can imagine if they had meters and the meter ran out, like it would just automatically cast like hold person or something.
Forget it. We don't do it. Casts fireball straight up.
No. It casts.
You want to get your cart back? You gotta pay the fines.
It costs polymorph, or not polymorph, but the one that can turn someone into an animal, that kind of thing. Is that polymorph?
Yeah, it's polymorph.
That's polymorph.
It casts polymorph on your mount, on your horse. It turns it into a mouse, and then the little thing on the meter takes the mouse and puts it in a mouse trap inside, and they hold on to your mouse until you pay a fee.
That's horrifying.
And then if it's there long enough, somebody just comes and collects it.
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
tow
meter
company.
maid. That's why. Yeah, it's not meter maid because they write tickets. It's meter maid because they go around and collect all the mice.
Well,
We've impounded your mount. Come and pick up your mouse.
We could turn
That's
him back for
magical
50
capitalism,
gold.
baby.
Yeah. I was about to say it's an extra charge to turn them back.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and then they charge you to. Yeah, exactly.
These are the true questions about magical society.
It's like, why would you
Indeed.
talk more, right? Like,
How would it be ruined by capitalism?
yeah, yeah, basically.
Well, I'm going in.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
So
Back-
yeah,
back in
What was
character,
the
yeah.
tavern's name again?
the clumsy cookie.
Love it.
Um,
Please tell
and-
me the sign over the door is just a big cookie.
yeah,
I was hoping it was like a cookie with like a bite taken out of it and like some crumbs next to it.
yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
bite
Thought
out
it
of it
was
with the
a-
crumbs. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was just a
Like a dude who dropped his cookie.
no, like
Oh,
a fun themed brothel. I thought it was.
Oh.
Oh.
Never mind.
Oh. There are two kinds of people.
There are
Alright.
two kinds of people. So you make your way into the clumsy cookie, and as you make your entrance on the right there on the ground level, it's the tavern portion, and it looks like any other tavern that you would have found yourself in. It's a little bit more. It's a little nicer than others that you've been in. And as opposed to like the overwhelming smell of like alcohol and spilled meat and whatnot and ale, the sensation that fills your noses is of like fresh baked chocolate chip cookies.
Oh.
Ooh.
Charmed
Alright.
one.
Despite the fact that
So-
there are people here who are drinking, who have spilled their drink, none of that hits your nose. It just smells like cookies on this main floor.
Solus lives here now.
Well, for the time being, yeah.
Oh no, permanent residence.
Okay. He's left the party.
Yeah, Solus is gone. I'm gonna have. Don't worry, I prepared for this. I re-rolled
Yeah,
a whole
big-
new character. It's
Made a
fine.
new character.
It's so refreshing to walk into a
That part
tavern
wasn't
that
it.
doesn't smell of dank and excretia.
Big word.
I concur. That's what I was thinking. Dank and excretia.
I want cookies.
All right. Is there like a bartender, or is the what do you call it? The inn part like on a different floor? Like, is this just a tavern, or is this like 2-in-1? Or
There is a small desk off to your left along that side of the wall, but then towards the end, like a set of stairs leading just next to them upwards into the upper floors. But like I said, the main portion of this ground floor is the tavern, and along the back you see this bar, and standing behind the bar you see a shuni who is going around and giving drinks. And if you're unfamiliar with what a shuni is a bipedal humanoid-esque dog resembling a pug.
Oh, this is bad.
This shuni in particular, it looks like he looks like he's got kind of like the features of a bipedal pug, kind of a lighter tan in color, and you notice that he's wearing an eye patch.
what a cool guy.
Pug man with an eye patch. Out of character. I'm just like, that's adorable.
It is.
I'll tell you right. I will tell you right now. Somebody's gonna have to stop Solus before he goes and pets the dog man.
Can I make a perception check to see Solus's desire to do so?
Absolutely. well, I guess first and foremost, Solus, are you doing anything to hide this desire?
I don't think so.
Okay, so I don't even need to roll. I just know.
I'm not sure Solus is tactful enough for that.
Ace
So we're gonna go with no.
like quickly scrambles and kind of turns to Solus, and he says, "I have an important job for you. Only you can do it. I need you to get the rooms for us. Look at the nice. Who was sitting over by the inn desk?
Over by the inn desk, you you see a halfling woman who is just kind of like going through some paperwork.
He looks at Solus. He goes, "See the nice lady over there? I need you to talk to her and secure us 2 rooms."
But
No, look at me. Look at me.
he looks at you.
The nice lady.
I-
Rooms.
Fine. Fine. Fine.
We will be back down later. Just for now.
Hadar looks at Vori and it does a sort of a shrug head thing that, like, you, after thinking on it a bit, is like if a man
Why are
wearing
we
a
with
helmet
these
with
idiots?
yeah, if a man wearing a helmet with one eye could roll his eyes, that's basically what you see. It's just like
Solus goes to the halfling woman to get the rooms.
I go
Solus.
Begrudgingly.
Okay, you'll go with Solus? Alright. I will go to the bar then. And take a seat.
Okay. So Solus and Vaeri, you approach the woman, and she looks up from her paperwork and says, "Oh, hello, welcome to the Clumsy Cookie. Are you two interested in a room?"
Yes. 2 rooms, if possible.
Of course, of course. Single bed or double bed?
Double beds.
Given the fact, I was about to say, given the fact that Ace didn't tell him anything outside of that, he kind of looks at
He's
Betty.
just blanks immediately.
Sometimes, Solus's social anxiety gets the better of him.
It's understandable. It happens.
Valid.
2 beds.
Okay, 2 rooms, 2 beds each. That is going to come to a gold per night.
Deep here.
Like total or each?
Total.
Oh, so it's 2.5 per person. 2.5 silver.
Very old.
Oh,
Put a gold up there. We do not yet know how long we will stay, but this will cover us for tonight, yes?
That is totally fine. Just let me know before noon tomorrow if you choose to stay another night. Unfortunately, that's our policy, and that way we can get the room ready afterwards for the next customer.
Okay.
And do you have a stable? Or a horse and cart?
Yes, it is a bit to do to get to it. You would have to go around the block, and then there is a rather large alleyway that will take you behind us, and there's a stable out there.
And does your city allow the thieves to have guilds too, or is the alleyway safe?
Well, this city has its fair share of crime, sure. I don't know anything about any thieves' guilds. I'm glad to say, I guess.
Wow.
It's good news.
I'm imagining this whole scene going down with like Vori, like it's a halfling woman, but she's standing on like a stool that puts her top half above the bar, above the counter, and then Solus is in front of that counter, and then you saw a little
Towering.
pawed hand come up and slide a cold piece onto the counter.
You pretty much walk up, slap it up there, then have to step back a few steps to see them again.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But the framing of the camera is just like a tight, like looking. It's just Solus from the top
I
up
love it.
and the back of this lady. Yeah.
That's fantastic. I love it.
But she takes your gold and you see her put it into a drawer underneath the desk, and she retrieves a set of keys and puts them for you. It's like, here's one for your room and here's one for your room. Yeah, and let us know if you need anything. We typically serve breakfast between 7 and 9, so come down here, don't miss that. And when room service comes by, you'll typically find a muffin laying on your pillow. It's just kind of a thing that we do here.
Jeez, this place is a whole ass Boston Inn. Shit.
I might take a permanent residence here too. You know, a muffin.
So yeah, if there's anything else that you need, like fresh bed sheets and whatever. I said bread sheets. We're a bakery. Fresh bed sheets, or anything of the like. Don't be afraid to let me know, and we'll do our best to get that to you in a timely manner.
I have
Very
a
good.
question.
And the wine is over at the. Oh, go ahead. Yes.
I was just gonna ask. We've heard rumors of some like random heroes or whatever in the town. Are they associated with an adventurers guild at all? And if there is, do you know where it would be?
If you're speaking about the Celestials, I don't think they're affiliated with anybody. I think they are their own little band of vigilantes.
Oh, like Batman.
I don't know who that is.
You kind of like he's not in the conversation, but you kind of see Ace twitch a little at like the mention of Batman.
Yes, we heard mention of them on the way up here. Some local heroes of the city or something.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people like to idolize them as heroes. They're essentially just, like I said, they're vigilantes. They go around and they do good for sure. But that's about all they really amount to. They're not with any official organization or anything. They just kind of act on their own whim, it seems.
Is there an adventurers guild?
Yeah, there is. It's a little bit closer to the center of the city, towards the castle. You'll find it just a little bit to the east of that.
Okay. Thank you.
And the guards don't have problems with these Celestials doing their whatever they want.
Well, it depends on who you ask, really. Some guards are happy to have the Celestials take their workload off of them, and others see them almost as equally bad. If anything, they're a gang of their own, and they could be taking down other gangs to control some portion of power within the city. It's all down to public opinion.
Hey, the person that says that, would they happen to have a really big bushy mustache and run a newspaper by chance?
I was just thinking.
Says no.
I want
Get me
paintings
picture
of the
those
Celestials.
Celestials!
Yeah. I want dramatic artist renditions of the Celestial. It's not the same.
I like how you bailed out of the joke.
Just you said nope, it wasn't working.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Oh, jeez.
Shit. Well, Solus likes the idea of trying to find information at the Adventurers Guild. So, that's good information.
But thank you, and your bar has wine? Yes.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we keep spirits of all kinds at the bar.
Very good.
I'm sorry, I just refrained myself from saying, no, not ghosts, alcohol. But that joke seems a little too...
That
seems
so
a little,
apart.
just a little too smart.
It's too
for
cerebral.
Solus. It's too smart. Anyway.
But yeah, she slides the keys towards you and says, yeah, so like I said, if there's anything else you need, I'll be down here. Just let me know. And she just kind of gives you a smile and a nod, and then goes back to her paperwork.
The scaly hand comes up and snags a key off the counter and drops back down.
Yoink.
Solus grabs the other key.
Do they have numbers on them or anything?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah, they've got numbers. And are you guys heading up to your rooms immediately?
I would assume that we would probably tell the group at least.
Yeah, I'm gonna head over to the bar
About
to
the rooms.
where the rest of our folks are.
Yeah, much to Ace's chagrin, so does Solus.
So while your guys' conversation was happening, we'll go to Ace. And Hadar, are you with Ace, or where are you at in this picture?
I stayed with Ace.
Okay, so the two of you, as you approach the bar, you see that there's quite a little bit of a crowd here. It seems to be pretty popular. And you get up to the bar where there's a few empty seats. And as you approach, you see the Shuni, and you see that like the first thing you originally clocked was basically a bipedal pug going around serving these drinks. But as you get closer, you realize that the body proportions are a little off. He's like a little scrunched up, but then it becomes clear to you when you get to the bar that there is a small platform that runs all around the bar behind it and lowered a little bit, and that the Shuni is actually only 3.5 feet tall. And so he's running along this platform to serve the drinks.
It's amazing.
He's kind of got like
Solus
this.
would kill to be there right now.
He's kind of got like this stone-faced, kind of like serious look about him. And he goes over and he's really quick at his job, just zipping back and forth, serving drinks to folks. And then he finally gets to the two of you, and he says, "What can I do you for?"
And I, as per usual with deference, looks at Ace and kind of gestures the after you motion.
I say to him, just a water, please. And can I get cookies at the bar?
Yeah, we wouldn't be much of a establishment called the Clumsy Cookie if you couldn't have cookies at the bar.
This place rules. Can I get 4 cookies with that?
What kind?
What you got?
Oh, we got chocolate chip, we got peanut butter, we got oatmeal raisin, we got iced oatmeal, we got ones that taste like key lime pie, but it's not a key lime pie, it's a cookie. And then we got some cookies that are like, it's like somebody baked a batch of sugar cookies and then baked a batch of chocolate cookies, and then they like cut the cookies into strips and then they like Frankensteined them into stripes.
All right. Could I
So
get...
I'm just listening to Cookie Monster for the Bronx here, and it's sending me.
Could I get a chocolate chip, a key lime pie, a Frankenstein cookie, and an iced oatmeal cookie, please?
Of course, I'll be right back. And then you see him zip along the platform into the back room, and you hear some rustling and some clanging of stuff, and you hear a glass break, and then he comes back out through the door and zips along the little platform back over to you with a tall glass of water and your 4 cookies.
I'm really sorry, but is it a little doggy door that he like clambers through?
No, it's a big door because maybe he needs to carry a platter.
He's
Okay,
a man.
I'm sorry. I
He's
just
a big man. He's not a baby.
Which is why Solus isn't in this conversation.
He says, thank you very much. These look phenomenal.
as he comes back, he sees that Hadar has realized that the stool that he was on was slightly lopsided, and he's sanding one of the legs.
He as he puts the cookies in the water down in front of you, Ace, he kind of looks over to Hadar, and then back up to you, and then back over to Hadar, and then back up to you.
I clear my throat and I say, just let him do his thing. I promise, whatever he's doing, we'll leave it better than it was. Just let him do his thing.
He puts the stool down, does a little, an obvious little shake test, and then kind of pats it nicely. Like, all right then.
Person to person interaction, not his strong suit. But I was wondering if there were any. You look like a learned man.
I don't know about that. I serve cookies and beer at a bar. It's I didn't. It's not like I went to college or anything.
Well, damn.
But I appreciate you saying so.
I was wondering if there were any rumors going around of, anything that might be seen as off. Perhaps anything dark or incriminating on a group called the Celestials.
Oh, you talking about those vigilantes?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
We
I haven't heard anything bad about them. Honestly, they seem like a group of stand-up dudes. They clean up
a couple of guys.
Yeah, like a couple of guys. They're all right. From what I've heard. They clean up the dark, sketchy stuff. From what I've heard. So, I don't have a bad opinion about them one way or the other. But I also, I've never seen any of their works in action. If you know what I mean.
I do. I appreciate it.
You guys stay in here?
Yes. We had I'm sure you saw the large man with the pink hair. We had him and our other friend get our rooms.
Oh, those two with you guys?
Yeah. We're on an adventure, so to speak.
I was gonna say the composition you come across as like an adventuring party of some sorts.
It was just a matter of circumstance. But yes, they've been all wonderful.
It takes me back to my adventuring days, and he looks above the bar, and you see this massive hammer that is up on a plaque.
Hey yo!
And it's scratched, and there's splinters in the handle, and he's just kind of looking up at it longingly.
And he just kind of gets a wry smile on his face. And can I make an impression check, asking him, please tell me one of your stories from your adventuring days. I'm sure they must be great.
Go ahead, give me your roll.
The only thing I'll add to that is he'll say something like, "That's dark iron with an ash handle. Must have fought a lot of Fae."
Hold on. Can I use that as an aid check?
If you want to, yeah. Hadar, roll aid.
What do I roll for that?
Crafting for that because you know the material?
Yeah, I would say roll crafting.
Oh hell yeah! I'm a Viking at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and plus I have the crafter's eyepiece. Like Hadar has seen many hammers, so he could probably tell just by looking at it. But the crafter's eyepiece specifically says that it allows you to like look at things and see stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Baby.
It's a 21.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
21.
So plus
21.
one circumstance bonus.
Mhm.
Come on, baby. 27.
Oh yeah, dude. So the Shuni looks to you, Hadar, and goes, "You really know your stuff." And then looks to you, Ace, and is like, "Oh yeah, I've got plenty of stories to tell about my adventuring days. I used to run with this group. And they were they were a bunch of loose cannons. There was one guy he basically acted like our parole officer, trying to keep us out of trouble, and that didn't bode well for him too much at all. But yeah, there was this one fight that we got in with one of the orc war tribes out way out west on the western end of the continent, and it started off okay, but then one of my guys, he's one of those ones that throw fists first and then ask questions second. And so
we know those types.
Yeah, we kind of got into a pretty big brawl there, and luckily, me and old Lucy, we went to work, and kneecaps. That's it, just straight kneecapping. And as he shifts his gaze back up at Lucy, Lucy is at least twice as long as this Shuni is.
So he gotta be strong as shit.
Or he uses it in an interesting manner where he uses the weight to like stand on it and like leap himself off of it and cool shit like that.
you see Ace, listening to the story, like obviously intently, as he he looks at Hadar for a second and gestures to the pile of cookies to take his pick, giving him like almost like a hold on, like a look that he knows he can't eat, but I'm not leaving you out of this.
He just sort of like gives you a really long look, and then kind of does a like sort of a shrugging, like, what do you want from me? Like sort of like.
All right.
And he goes, and then after a while he just goes, no thanks, I'm so full.
Full of shit.
So while the Shuni is continuing on about just more and more of his stories, is when Vaeri and Solus walk over.
Hello.
Ace gestures to the cookie pile to the both of them, and says, "Take your pick."
You can have mine, Solus. Have two.
Lucky for you, Solus is very distracted by sweets.
Oh, I'm genius! I didn't even think of that.
Bigger brain than you thought.
What cookies were in the pile again?
There was a chocolate chip cookie, a key lime pie cookie, like the Frankenstein cookie, which was like a chocolate cookie and a sugar cookie kind of mixed in, and an iced oatmeal cookie.
I've seen those kind of cookies before. It's basically like a checkerboard cookie. Like they take the dough and they literally make square rods, and then they press them together, and then you slice them, and it's little checkerboards.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
I mean, all those cookies go hard as fuck. So,
oddly enough, out of that entire selection, Solus grabs the oatmeal cookie.
Wholesome.
Vaeri will grab the lime one, and then motion to the bartender, hop up on a stool to grab that, and motion to the bartender, say, a wine, please.
Oh, yes, right, I'll be right back with that. And then he zips back down the platform and back into the back room, where you hear more rustling and clanging of things, and another glass breaks, and then he comes back out with a glass of wine.
So, Ace kind of turns back to Solus, and he he says, so, did I get his name? Sorry, out of character.
You did not.
Oh, son of a bitch. I turn to Solus and I say, I've been talking to the barkeep. He was a former adventurer back in the day as well. Very much a a great fighter. Trying to keep him, kind of on the up and up with something to keep him occupied.
Oh, that explains the big hammer.
Precisely. He seems cautious, which I like. I think we should do our best to stay on his good side.
I'm not sure what you're implying, but I think it's something along the lines of you don't trust my actions.
Yeah, no, I'm not implying it, buddy. I'm look, big man, you've been great. There's some times when we don't act on our impulses. And I know because I'm having the same impulses you are. Trust me. But we got to keep that down for now, okay?
Solus is just giving you like a
It's okay to have a drink.
stare.
And like, okay, out of character real quick. Am I being annoying? Like I don't want to.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure.
But yeah, very is obviously confused because they're like, it's okay to drink if you want to. Like,
That's
Yeah, Vaeri holds up his wine. He's like, hey, have a drink if you want. It's fine.
not. You know what? Yeah, have a drink, Solus.
The Shuni looks to you, Solus, and goes, "We got just about anything you want."
Okay, so I'm trying to make a Solus decision here. Hold on. You know what, Gil? I have an idea of how to determine this.
Okay.
And I think it should be out of my hands.
Oh, this is good. Oh, I'm really curious as to what you got cooking.
Fantastic.
Could you do me a favor and just roll a d4?
Sure. How about a 1?
Oh.
I was also gonna pose a will save, but that works too.
Okay, this is fine. All right. Solus, he nods to himself for a second. He reaches into his backpack and he pulls out a slip of paper. He says, this is my favorite drink. I can't remember it ever, which is why I have it written down. And he hands it to the barkeep.
Okay.
And it's a recipe for a tequila sunrise.
Nice.
I thought I was just gonna say beer.
I thought it was gonna be like a milkshake or something.
Rubbing alcohol.
He takes the paper and he looks at it and goes, "Oh yeah, this should be a slice of cake. I'll be right back." He zips down into the back, clang, shuffle, glass shatter, comes back out, and he has your tequila sunrise for you. He goes, let me know what you think of that."
Solus takes it. Does it have a little straw?
It has a little umbrella.
Oh, God. Can I have a straw, please?
He looks at you. The fuck's a straw?
Damn it.
Again, you see kind of like a twitch from Ace. You see he almost like puts his hand to his forehead like.
Jokes aside, Solus plays with the little umbrella for a second, then takes a drink.
Yeah, it's delicious. It's exactly as you wrote it down.
Pretty funny, Oni.
Perfect.
He's Stone Cold Steve Austin. That's funny.
Now Solus is rightly distracted with a frosted oatmeal cookie and a tequila sunrise.
There we go.
Honestly,
He
I'm feeling pretty good.
he looks at the four of you and goes, "Since you guys are all staying here, you have the option of putting it on your room tab, and you can just pay that whenever you guys check out."
Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to get to some other customers, so hang out if you want. I'll be around. And you see him just zip to the other end of the bar and start helping some other customers.
That actually brings up a good point. Something I meant to bring up before, but now that we're getting established and starting a base of operations, as we were talking about earlier, there's a couple of concepts that I'd like to bring up.
Okay.
That I have used in the past to good efficacy with other traveling members. These are two things. One is the fifth man, and the other is the kitty. These are colloquially known. It has nothing to do with and he has a second where he looks at.
I remember you bringing this up. Sorry.
Yeah, but he just goes. He goes. It has nothing to do, and then he pauses for a second. He looks at Ace, and then he continues. He just says, "So what this is basically it's a way of being responsible with money. Essentially, whenever reward money, profit, treasure hoards, these types of things come in, when you divvy them up, you add in one extra person. In this case would be a fifth man. This is money that is used for important bigger purchases, mostly it's used for resurrections in the case of premature death.
You almost see like a grimace on Ace's face, kind of just at the mention of premature death.
Yeah, it's just, he just says it matter-of-factly like that. And then he continues, he says, colloquially what the kitty, and he does like the air quotes thing, he goes, what that is that is voluntary money that is given whenever you have extra money lying around, you have 1 or 2 gold left over from a purchase, you sort of just declare, I'll put this in the kitty, and that just becomes petty cash for luxury spending, a night's hotel, a nice meal, something like that. Or if somebody needs to buy a piece of gear that there are a couple of gold shy for, that kind of thing. It's like I said, it's been used to good effect in the past with things. If anyone should keep track of this, I think probably Ace might be a good candidate for that. I do it myself, but I don't want to.
And so we need to get a cat to put the money in?
It is what you would call a turn of phrase. Like I said, colloquially.
I sure. I will hold on to it. I think that's smart.
Yeah, out of character. It's something I meant to bring up last time. I totally forgot to, but it's very apt right now.
That's okay. We didn't come into any money last time, so no worries.
Yeah. But I just like I would do it myself, but I don't want to.
I kind of like that. I think that would elicit a laugh out of Ace in character.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, all right, I'll do it.
Sure.
Handling money is my my thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as the one who's the most stacked in the party, I'm pretty sure.
Excuse me, that's you right now?
Is it? Wow, really?
Yes.
You don't
Holy
spend
shit.
a lot of your money.
You are 3 times as wealthy as I am? I don't want to hear it.
All right, so real talk. I didn't even realize I had that much money. Which, thinking about it now, it's very on brand for Solus. He doesn't spend money he doesn't know he has.
Shit, me neither.
And he's kind of like big and strong, so like heavy pockets eventually like wouldn't.
Yeah, he doesn't even notice how many coins there are.
He's just got a lot of coinage.
Yeah.
But I think from here we either we go out into the city and explore proper, maybe check out some of those shops that were said to be nearby. Or
Solus
if
wants
somebody
to check out the Adventurers Guild.
Solus wants to check out the adventure. That's far away though, right? Like that's like if we're 20 minutes from where we started, that's quite a ways off, right?
It is up east of the castle, government building.
Mm.
Also, the innkeep thinks of the children's hero as more vigilantes.
So does the barkeep, but he didn't have anything bad to say necessarily.
And apparently the guards kind of allow it. They do what they
Some
want.
of.
Well, you ever met a competent
Some.
guard?
No.
I think you really only become a guard if you can't become an adventurer.
This is true.
But as far as I'm concerned right now, we haven't seen them do any wrong. There's no reason to think of them as nefarious. Perhaps they could be.
I was more interested that they do what they want and get away with it just fine.
Well, Ace kind of lowers his tone a little. Don't we kind of do the same?
That was the point, yes. We should not have too much trouble.
But they may know more than the average adventurer. I think we should keep an eye out on a way to gain contact with them.
You got
Maybe. The guild is probably better because it sounds like they are...
Oh,
in the
Established.
city. In the city, not out of the city.
Gotcha. No, I agree. We should go to the Adventurers Guild.
Do we want to walk there, or are we taking Ren?
Probably
it
faster to
depends
take
on-
Ren. Yeah, I mean, like,
Hey.
what's the distance really?
I think it would depend because like if it's a big old busy city, like getting a cart through the city would be kind of a hassle with all the people walking around and whatnot.
Yes,
The,
and then-
what's the layout of the city, Gil, as far as like that type of thing is concerned? Because you did say it was like pretty busy.
Yeah, it's very very metropolitan. It's as you can probably tell, it's decently New York sized.
You got a subway?
No.
No subway.
Well,
Just Quiznos.
that's okay. That's okay.
Man, I hated Quiznos. It was salty as hell.
They had great
Point,
commercials though. Had
Gotta love those commercials.
I get my subs from Jersey Mike, so I can't say anything. I would assume then. I guess it probably depends on the time of day that we go. But I would imagine that it would probably just be faster on foot, only because it's like a New York type of situation where it's like traffic all the time. It's faster to just walk type of
That's fair
thing.
enough. Do
Also,
we know...
the cart's not empty.
True.
Oh, I guess it has a few of our effects in it. I can get us. I can get Ren parked where necessary. Did you find out about parking?
Oh yes, there's stables. We have to go down the block, around, up a apparently safe alley, and
An apparently safe alley.
and there's space out back, but that is how to get to the back.
All right,
To
very
be
well.
fair, anything's safe for us. We're a bunch of strapping adventurers.
We're a bunch of cold-blooded murder. Adventurers.
Very well.
Hey.
If you'd like to get yourselves settled in your rooms, if you have any effects you'd like to leave there, I will take Ren to the stables and meet you out front in a few minutes.
Probably a good.
I think I am. Nah, you know what? I'll go up, and I will simply drop off the dart umbrella.
Pretty sure that Solus just chill with carrying everything they've got and whatnot.
Most
He doesn't really have
adventurers
much.
are. It's just like,
I don't really have much.
it's the kind of thing you would say. Like, we just got to a
Yeah.
hotel. Like, he's
Yeah.
like, oh, drop off anything you don't want to carry and
Yeah.
let's fucking go,
I mean,
basically.
anything on me is pretty small.
Yeah.
There,
same.
we'll go take a look at the room.
All right, so you guys go to leave the bar. The Shuni notices you leaving and says he calls after you and says, "Have a good one, you guys. Don't get into too much trouble. I know how we are. we can sniff out our own kind. Get it? Because I'm a dog." And then he just kind of goes right back to the customer.
So
Ace, Ace returns a smile and grabs the 2 remaining cookies before walking away.
Can Solus just give Ace like a side glare of like, that's what you stopped me from interacting with? How dare you?
He kind of just returns like a pleading look, like just kind of like defeated, just like, come on, man, work with me.
Solus returns the pleading look with a gentle head pat.
That you're gonna get a sharp look in return.
This is fine. Solus is dumb.
That is true.
So you guys split off. Vaeri, Solus, and Ace, you make your way up to your rooms. As you make your way into the room, these are some pretty nice rooms. Just so I know for future knowledge, who's bunking with who?
I am amenable. If we want to do what we were doing, we can keep doing it. If somebody has an opinion, I'm easy.
I'm not there.
I don't remember what we were doing.
Yeah, I don't
We're
either.
last time was Solus and I and Hadar and Vaeri.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine with me.
I mean, essentially, that just means Vaeri always gets maximum room because like Solus
Those
just
over
sits
there.
in a chair for 2 hours every night. So Vaeri just gets an entire fucking room to himself, which is, I guess, great for
Smallest
Vaeri.
member, most intimidating, gets the most room. Man.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, like it's kind of funny if you think about it.
Hey,
Um,
to be fair, Solus doesn't take up as much space as you would think, only because he doesn't have that much stuff.
Yeah, but he's a
Shit, me too.
gigantic guy.
Yeah, but there's
Hey,
two
just
beds.
'cause
So it
he's-
doesn't matter.
Just because he's 6'6".
Like you wouldn't want us bunking together, even if I only sit in a chair. You know what I mean? Like,
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, because Solus would end up poking you while you're sleeping.
So as the three of you make your way into your rooms, these rooms are very nice. The
yeah.
the linens are very soft. The beds are
Explains
soft.
why it was a gold per night.
And in each room, on the little end table, each room has a loaf of banana nut bread.
Oh, lordy lord.
that sounds so good.
That really
Oh
does
my
sound
god.
good.
I love this and hate this at the same time.
Yeah,
This
like
I
place
want all of these things
has
now.
to be evil. I'm sorry. I don't like to be the one to say it. It's too good to not be nefarious.
No, you're absolutely right.
like it'd be one
I-
thing if it was like a chocolate on your pillow, right? Or like a muffin and banana bread in my room. You're covering something up. Doggy boy's got secrets.
And only
Okay, but
only
can we
for
work
a
for
gold
them?
per night.
Yeah,
no, a gold per night's pretty
pretty standard, right?
Hey,
Especially in a
okay,
place like this.
That's actually a little
thinking
pricey,
about it.
honestly. Like,
Oh, is it?
oh yeah.
I wouldn't think so. Like think about it like this: we're in a gigantic city full
No,
of
but
people that constantly come and go, right? Even if it's in like a not as pricey part of town, like a gold per night for 2 rooms.
I was gonna say, remember, it's a gold
For
fare
4
2 rooms,
people?
so 5 silver to stay here.
Yeah, like that's especially with all the amenities that we're getting, that's pretty cheap.
Yeah. Well,
least
no, but
to us.
I mean that like as in, yeah, it's a nicer
Like,
place in
suspiciously cheap.
metropolitan area. Like it is, that is a little pricier than normal for that reason.
Yeah. Pricier than
Yeah.
normal, but suspiciously cheap given the circumstances.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
The different opinions of man, truly.
I'm not complaining about how cheap it is, right?
No.
We're happy to pay a gold a night at some place that takes care of us, right?
Right.
It's
But
just
it
a little
seems-
suspicious,
It's a
you know?
little sus.
And then while you
Vash. Oh, I was gonna say Vash. If you don't have the ability to do banana bread, maybe do banana pancakes. Just
Ooh.
Google
Oh,
2-ingredient banana pancakes. You'll find it.
So
they always find it.
the three of you are dropping anything you don't want to carry. Hadar, you're taking Ren in the cart.
Nice.
You get back out onto the street, and yes, it is a little congested, but it's not like, it's not slowed down at all. There's just a lot of other carts going on this main road. And then you would hang a right at the end of the block, and it would take you down, and you can kind of see where this alley that the innkeeper was talking about is, and it's probably twice, if not a little bit wider than your standard back alley. And it actually seems like there are stairways going up to doors, as if like there were residences inside this little alleyway. And so you make your way back in, and it opens up into this large courtyard area that kind of faces the backs of a bunch of different buildings. And from there you can see the stables.
Oh, very interesting. Construction in this place, unlike anything I've ever seen. It's not exactly brutalist architecture, but it's definitely old. He's just thinking to himself out loud. He gives Ren he doesn't have a super good treat for him right now, so he gives him the top of a carrot and another sugar cube. I need to go get more rations for you.
Like Ren just kind of looks at you and goes, like, I smelled cookies.
This place is a bakery. I don't know what you can eat from here, but I'll try and get you, I don't know, granola or something.
I reckon that'll work. And
Very well.
The horse wants cookies.
I don't know if the horse can have cookies though. Like,
Hold on.
I don't
You
know
won't
what's
know
good
in
for him.
character, but
I can eat whatever the hell I want.
eat cookies.
Consequences be damned.
Right. I don't. I'm not aware of the diet for. Like he's saying to Ren, like I'm not aware of the diet for horses. I just don't want to give you something the equivalent of, well, like chocolate for a dog or something.
An occasional
it's-
chocolate chip cookie is harmless to a horse, but we don't know that in character. I just thought that was interesting.
Oh, that's kind of funny. Yeah. Oh, out of character. That's
It's-
really interesting.
it's like it's like someone who's lactose intolerant who really likes ice cream.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna regret it.
It's me. It's me.
It's me too. Don't worry.
Consequences be damned.
Yep, same.
But yeah, he's like, very well. Then we have an accord. I will get you something from here.
All right, that'll work.
That Ace goes out to the front where Hadar told him they would meet, and kind of leans up against the wall, almost takes a little cat nap while while waiting.
Yeah, and you're able to find. You're able to put Ren into a stall, very clean stall. Like it was just cleaned out moments before you showed up. And Ren walks in and kind of takes a look around and goes, "Swanky, you got the money for this?"
It's apparently in the coffers. Yes.
Oh. All right then. And he just kind of
You know the
flops
drill,
down and
keep an eye
takes a
on the-
nap.
Yeah. He goes. You know the drill. Keep an eye on the cart.
Uh-huh. And he's still got his eyes closed.
I head back inside and through the building and out the front.
Yep, there you go.
So do we all have we all agreed that we're gonna be here for a little bit at least?
I
It
think
looks
so.
that way.
Because I have no problem like paying for like an extended period of time up front for us.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I don't know
if
if like
you feel
if you
like
did you want to do it
being
like on like a do you want to do like on a week by week basis or like how we want to do it?
Probably I'd say let's find out what we hear at the Adventurers Guild and decide week
I
by
think
week.
that-
Yeah.
Smart,
Yeah.
and we'll tell them by noon tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, then I guess we should at least have like 2 days since we're gonna like chill and
Right.
have
Yeah.
downtime
So
and whatnot.
like if you want to go by there and like drop off a gold for them, like that ain't no thing. Like just be like,
Yeah,
add that to it. Like
I'll do that just to give us enough wiggle room without having to make a deadline.
Right,
So that-
right. So,
especially depending on how long it takes to get to the Adventurers Guild and whatnot.
sure.
oh, that's smart.
I'll-
Yeah.
I'll just go ahead and take a gold out of here. Go. All right, so we're good. We're good for at least 2 days, and
Yeah.
Same there.
All right. So you guys have all you're all reconvened at the front.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can we have a general direction for the Adventurers Guild, or do we know where we're going?
Yeah, from where you guys are, it would be it would be northeast.
Okay.
off we go.
All right, and you start making your way through the city.
Make my way.
As you guys are walking through the city, it's going to take a while before you get to your location, your destination. I would say the point where you guys start off heading towards the Adventurers Guild is kind of closer to noon. And so there's going to be a bunch of shops and whatnot as you guys pass by. So if there's anything that you guys want to do any shopping for,
gonna say, what are the odds we pass just like a simple weapon shop?
Oh, very, very, very good.
We don't have to do like a role play or anything.
Yeah.
Could I buy a whip?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think those are 5 silver. I could be wrong. PF2E whip.
Whip is 1 silver.
1 silver? Ooh.
Mhm.
I guess that makes sense. A whip probably wouldn't cost as much as a hotel room.
Yeah.
Yep.
A nice hotel room.
Buy 2 and time together.
Yo, get mega reach, 40-foot melee reach.
I don't
Now
think it
we're
works
in
that way.
business.
Although
I completely
having silver whips with the dancing property would be fucking cool as shit.
You see,
oh,
sorry.
I was
well,
just
no,
gonna
wait.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
God damn it.
One of the things
DM first.
Oh yeah.
There are a multitude of varieties of whip that you guys would have access to.
Mm-hmm.
For example, there is the Scorpion Whip. They all do like the same amount of damage, and but there's just different flavors.
Could I make it a Scorpion Whip because that doesn't have the non-lethal trait?
You can.
Yeah.
And then you also have access to the Thorn Whip.
Thorn Whip.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Thorn Whip. Nah, that's okay.
So Scorpion Whip it is.
Thank you, though. Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. Do I need to drag that into your thing?
Yes. And does Scorpion cost more than the regular one?
It does. The Scorpion Whip is going to run you 5 silver.
That's probably what I was thinking.
Okay.
Okay, 5 silver out.
Made of genuine kangaroo.
Ooh.
There you go.
Let's
Scorpion Whip.
go.
The best whips are made of kangaroo hide.
Oh. Duly noted.
So I answered my own question here. I was about to ask when we were having our weird kerfuffle of talking. I was like, wait a minute, does Pathfinder 2e even have the dancing property for weapons? And it turns out, yes, it does, but it is item level 13 rune, and it is 2k, nearly 3k in GP. So yeah, not happening for a minute.
My thought with dancing was getting dancing cards and just having cards all over the field, just
that's also a way of doing it. Yeah,
doing their own thing.
We had someone who would do it with dancing shields.
Ooh,
It's kind of cool. Dancing whip is also good. Dancing daggers, but yeah, it gets expensive.
Yeah, it does. Was there anything else that anybody wanted to throw out there and get before you guys make your way to your destination?
No, I'm
Nope.
good.
Okay.
believe.
So, 3 hours pass, and you find yourself on the steps of this large building that looks, compared to the buildings around it, rather old. And you assume that this was done for like an aesthetic reason. This building is made almost entirely of wood, and it has all these banners hanging off of it, and the plaque next to the door says Adventuring Guild.
All right, I think
Seems like the place.
We just gotta go in, right? You gotta.
Solus just
Gotta
walks
make
right
shit
on
happen.
in.
Yeah, so as you guys make your way in, you see these high vaulted ceilings. It looks more like a log cabin on the inside, but to a grander scale. There's these chandeliers that are made out of antler. Lots of trophies on the wall. There's a job board. And you see a bunch of people, if they're not standing at the counters collecting their rewards for their jobs, they're standing off to the bar that's off to the side, and just generally just chit-chatting and whatnot. It seems like a really like laid-back atmosphere.
before we do anything, Solus just kind of wants to look around and then pokes his head back outside and looks around, and then like looks at the party and is like, "Where did they get the deer
The forest?
for the antlers? What forest? We're in a city."
I mean,
Yeah,
they're
Did people
adventurers. They probably
leave the
went
city?
on an adventure for them.
Do you know? Think about how long it took for us to get here.
it took us
We
about
didn't know where we were going.
0 seconds because we teleported.
I mean, also
Listen,
the
you
nature.
can sit here and talk meta all day. That's not what I'm talking about.
The nature of cities, especially with establishments that are institutions such as this one, is that oftentimes they're formed when the city is not a metropolitan area. This was likely apple orchards as far as the eye could see.
I love how easily it is for an idiot like Solus to distract the smart people in the group.
Yes. Yes. That's perfect, honestly. Like you get Hadar just talking about like how cities and civilizations form, like just off the cuff. But yeah.
Anyway,
So anyway,
So
after
anyway.
about a quick tirade that goes nowhere about how civilizations are formed,
there's no
Um,
deer in cities.
the city wasn't here forever. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So yeah, while we're here,
Well, Ace kind of turns to Solus and goes, "This was your idea, buddy. Lead the charge."
are you sure about that?
I'm damn sure.
Okay. Solus like kind of looks around for whatever. I assume there's like a reception desk type thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a help desk.
Oh, great. Solus like just walks up to the help desk, and regardless of if there's somebody there or not, or if they're paying attention or not, or if they're even sentient or not, Solus just walks up and raises a hand and says, "Hello."
The hobgoblin behind the desk looks at you and goes, "Yes, I see you. I see you. But, give me a second here." And you see that he is counting out a bunch of gold that is sitting in front of him, and he once he's finished counting it, he places it into a sack, and then you see him turn behind the desk, and there's like a small trapdoor. And he waves a finger, the trapdoor opens, and then he just drops the bag of money down the trapdoor and then closes it.
Ace makes a mental note of the place of this trapdoor.
Jeez.
And he returns his look to you and says, "Welcome to the Adventures Guild. What you looking for? You looking for a job?"
Maybe. We're and turns and looks at the party for a second, looking for information.
"Yeah, well, we got some information. What kind of information you looking for? You looking for a job?"
The
Out of character, that made me laugh. I was just like, you want work or what?
I
Get to it, kid.
don't. Do we need a job?
So is your work going outside of the city to ruins and things, or is it like these celestials we hear about going around the city doing good?
Oh, don't even get me fucking started on the Celestials. Those motherfuckers taking money out of our hands.
So they don't work for you.
God, no. If anything, they're a thorn in our side. We would have so much more work if it weren't for them cleaning up the streets in the name of good and justice.
Perhaps one of you should take over this conversation. I don't think I'm going to be useful here.
We love an honest
I have a
king.
I have a sense of justice. I'm sorry.
Do you?
It's a modicum. It exists.
Wow.
He's good aligned.
We're looking for a couple of different things. We are looking for information and potential work, I suppose.
Yeah, that's what I was asking for. If you wanted a job.
Right. Information first, if you have it.
What kind of information outside of a job, I guess?
There is an item of legend. You've likely heard of it. 2 of them, actually. One is a what are they?
One is a
Pentacle?
great sword, and the
One
other
is a great sword and one is a
disc?
pentacle.
Is it a pentacle?
The intellect edge.
Oh, that's fairy tales. You want me to tell you a bedtime story or some shit?
Humor me.
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake, fine. So the intellect edge, or right, legend says it's this great sword, and when you slash your enemy, it doesn't do any physical wounds, but it fucks up their brain real bad. Sometimes if you hit them hard enough, they walk away a completely different person, mentally.
Ooh.
Like it just saps something out of them. I don't know. That's just what legend says. Again, fairy tales.
Are there any rumors on this particular fairy tale? Perhaps,
People you think are crazy?
Oh well,
Let's talk
shit,
about these things?
shit, kid, you're in the city. There's a lot of them here. You're gonna have to be a little more specific.
Or maybe where the legends say it was, or who used it in the past, or whatever.
We're not from here.
I can tell. So, as far as people who have wielded it, not really any names come up per se. There was tell of a great warrior who was the reason why we have the giant sea in the middle of our continent. A lot of people said that he used that sword to cut the island apart, but that doesn't make any sense, does it? Because it does mind shit. So like that's what information that I'm working with is these fuckheads come in and just tell me whatever they feel sounds cool.
I'm sorry. I was waiting for him to go. It doesn't make any sense. It does 1d12 damage. It can't.
Like these pieces of shit come in and tell me all this conflicting information, and they want me to believe everything that comes out of their mouth like it's gospel. But no,
True.
that's all I know about the intellect edge.
And the pentacle.
The pentacle.
The Everdisc.
The Everdisc, right. Yeah, somebody said that it was crafted by this great wizard like hundreds, if not 1,000 years ago or some shit like that. And essentially, you know how like spellcaster types, like sometimes they need to like mix a little bit of bat poop with some sulfur and then boom, the explosions and shit. Okay, now imagine you don't need the bat poop or the sulfur. You just hold the thing up and it does the thing. Yeah.
Why isn't everything like that?
That's what I'm saying. If this thing's real, then yeah, this would be fucking fantastic. But like I said, it's all fairy tales. Nobody actually knows if A, they exist, or B, where the fuck they are.
So what it sounds like we need is if the scholarly...
job. What we need is a job then.
Well,
yes, there's that.
Well, he looks over to the quest board that's probably about a good 15 feet away from your guy from the desk. And he's like, "Well, we got some missing dogs, I guess. The Celestials don't seem to stoop that low to do anything like that. There's some jobs that are outside of the city. You're obviously going to have to travel a lot for that, and those don't really get picked up as often. So I guess you can go over and check that out.
Is there a job involving the Celestials at all? Like looking for information on them or something?
No, there's not really a whole lot that's known about them. The only things that a lot of people claim to see when they show up and, you know, do their superhero thing or whatever the hell, is that one of them carries a sword, one of them casts spells, and one of them you don't see until he's already got his dagger in you.
Would it be beneficial to you if we were to gather information on them.
I mean, I reckon that would be pretty good if we could learn a little bit about who these fuckers are that's taking our jobs. We haven't had a missing persons. We haven't had gang violence. We haven't had any jobs like that come in since they started their shit up a few months ago.
Well, it makes me wonder. So the only problem then is that the money isn't coming through here as much.
Pretty much, we're struggling to pay the fucking property tax at this point.
Well,
Sorry to go back regarding my question earlier. So it sounds like what we need is the scholarly approach didn't exactly turn up anything academically known about the items. However,
I wouldn't have taken you guys for a bunch of bookworms.
fair enough. However,
One of us.
the holders of your oral traditions, the kind of people that would believe fairy tales, your bards, are they incorporated as a guild as well, or do they go through here?
Well, I mean, there's a concert hall. It's not really a concert hall. They call it a concert hall. It's just a glorified bar. A lot of musicians stop in there.
Oh, like a bard college.
Not so much. I mean, there is a bard college, but those guys, those are like the prissy, like, we don't tell stories of old, we do love songs and shit like that. Like, if you want like legend shit, then you go to the bar.
yeah, you do.
That might be worth checking out.
I would say so. I think if you're looking for people who like to weave a good story through song, that's probably the place you want to stop at.
Okay. Where was that again?
Oh, that's gonna be over on the western edge of town.
Ugh.
Okay.
Or
All right.
walking.
Yeah, unfortunately, kid, you're in the city. You're gonna do a lot of walking unless you want to, spend 2 hours and then move 20 feet in a cart.
Ha! I told you.
Did the Celestials have names?
Well, we knew one of them at least.
Or like, what's the
Yes, I'm
word
trying
that's
to
not
find out if they know
nicknames?
them.
Yeah.
Not like not nicknames. What's the word that's not nicknames, but it's alternate name?
Oh, they're alter ego?
alias?
Hey, maybe. Solus doesn't know if that's the word or not, but yeah, essentially that. If they have like a moniker, like an alias, something that they go by, like Batman, Bruce Wayne,
Batman
if they don't, oops. No, if they don't know like their actual, like the person's
Spoilers.
actual names, if they go by like some sort of like title or something. That's essentially what Solus is trying to ask in the dumbest way possible.
All right. Well, yeah, they got names for sure. There's the guy with the sword. His name is Ralkun. He's a lot of people call him the Sun because he's got like this charming personality. He's a really goody two shoes kind of guy.
You get like
Terrible
an eye roll.
swordsmanship.
You get like an eye roll at an ace.
Solus is more concerned with the fact that he holds a sword like an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, look, because it's a great sword, I don't care as much, but I'm also very angry by reverse grip.
And then you also you have the Nagaji. That's the spellcaster. The Nagaji goes by Sholdes. And a lot of people, keeping with the celestial theme, they are the one who casts the spells. They go by the star.
I think I see a pattern.
Yeah, right. So they like it's the most like it's so, I don't know what the word. It's not bland, but like it's super on the
basic.
nose. Basic, yeah, basic. These basic bitches. And the last one, people call the moon, because he's the one the one that lurks in the shadows, and you don't know he's there until he's already got your dagger, and that's the fetchling. The fetchling's name is Jekka.
Interesting.
Can Solus pull Ace to the side for a moment?
That is very interesting.
Solus wants to just out of earshot of the guy. It doesn't matter if Vaeri and Hadar can hear or not. It's just more so people that we don't know aren't listening. And he just kind of whispers to Ace, "It sounds to me like these Celestials will only show up if someone commits a crime."
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
No.
I don't know. Am I?
We could stage a crime.
No.
Oh, that works. I was thinking of finding a crime before they did, and then just waiting. So that sounds like a lot less effort.
Crime, but I was thinking, I was thinking, one of us pretends to assault one of the others. Obviously, we don't. But it would get one or more of them, at the very least.
Probably somewhere where not as many guards and what.
Yes, very smart.
Don't want confrontation.
No, that's always the last thing we want.
Yeah, and then we find them, and then when they come to try to attack us, we tell them to stop, and then we talk to them, and we get some information. Or we have to beat them up, whatever.
Well,
Are there like tables and stuff in here, Gil?
Yes.
like where we can sit down and talk? Vaeri looks for an open one and walks over to it. Looks back at the rest of them.
So you see that most of the tables are full. The only one that is the least occupied, you see a man who is sitting at the table by himself. You see that he has 5 empty mugs, and then another one that's full of ale sitting in front of him, and he's got like this 1,000-yard stare on him.
Oh, that's totally not suspicious at all.
Private enough.
We definitely shouldn't investigate that.
Vaeri walks over and hops up on a chair so he can be seen and says, "Room for more at this table, friend."
He kind of just moves his gaze to you to meet yours, and he says, I guess it's fine.
all right, I'll sit with the weird
You,
guy.
you look like something troubles you. You have questions about what has happened and what is to come.
I know what happened. I saw it with my own eyes.
Oh, this man's seen some shit.
I
would
thank our
personally-
hobgoblin friend for information, and then I sit down.
Yeah,
You
I
are
would-
trying to make sense of it then.
I don't know if there is any making sense of what I saw. I don't want to trouble you with my worries, though. My grievances are mine alone to shoulder. It's none of your concern.
Would as a cleric, would Solus be able to tell if this man's got PTSD or not?
Do you want to give me perception?
Yeah, sure, why not?
PTSD sense. It's like spider sense, but way worse.
Right. 22?
22. Yes, 100 fucking percent.
Oh Jesus. Okay, so this man has he is having a full-on Vietnam flashback right now, and we're interrupting him.
Vaeri takes out some cards and starts kind of absentmindedly shuffling them.
he lifts his ale to take a big long drink and then sets it back down.
I guess we all kind of just like mutually decided to sit at the table with this guy.
I'm assuming we're all kind of around now.
Yeah, very starting in on this, whether you guys are coming over or not.
That's fair. Well, oh, go ahead.
Like I said earlier, I thanked our hobgoblin friend for the information, and I sat down.
So
I mean, I could keep plotting a crime with Solus.
we can Solus gives Asa like a thumbs up of like we'll talk more about it in a minute.
Yeah.
Like we can make more plans. Yeah. And then I don't know where everybody's seated, but if possible, Solus would like to sit next to the man. And gently put a hand on like his shoulder. And in probably the weirdest, calmest tone you've ever seen Solus have, just looks at him and says, "Tell me your worries, friend."
Give me society.
Society. I gotta remember where that is.
Or diplomacy. Give me diplomacy. Sorry.
That's the word. Oh, diplomacy. Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Diplomacy.
All right, that's yeah, that's a much better roll for me. 22
again.
He lets out a deep sigh, and he says, "I was a member of a mercenary band. We just traveled around and took jobs. Most of us we didn't have the brains for any industrial work or the patience for any for having any sort of like office job or anything like that. So we would travel from town to town and do meager job for meager coin. We were traveling across the fields of rust, and that's when the thing attacked. We didn't think anything of it as it sat on the horizon, but we noticed that as we were traveling every night that we would bed down, it seemed like it got closer to us, and not in the natural way of you getting closer to an object, but like it got closer to us. And then once it finally fell upon us, it was a bloodbath. There was nothing that any of us could do. I barely made it out with my life.
What was this thing that you saw?
You see him kind of put his hands over his head, and he's like, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I couldn't believe it myself." But you see him start like hyperventilating.
Is there something that I can do, like a roll or something that I can do to try and like help him calm down, basically, like help him like gain his composure?
I would say your diplomacy roll was good enough to where like if you like a small gesture or anything.
Okay. Well then, yeah. So it's just kind of still maintaining the gentle grip of his shoulder. Just kind of he just nods, and he says, "Strangely enough, I'd probably be more inclined to believe you. We've seen some really weird shit so far. What was it, friend?"
He looks into your eyes, almost piercing through them with his gaze, and he says, it was a moving fortress. And I think that's a good place to take our intermission. I always said intervention again.
Our intervention.
I almost did it again. I did it last session.
Whoa.
An intervention.
We're doing.
Yeah.
This is a good place for our intermission.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
Damn.
Interesting. Moving.
All right. So, let's see. It is 1:15 on my clock. So, yeah, we'll say 10 minutes. for everybody to get up and go use the bathroom and get snacks. I'm gonna step out for a couple minutes, and then I'll be back, catch up on chat and what have you. And then we'll talk till everybody gets back, and then we'll get back into the rolling. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So while we're waiting for everybody else to get back, to get caught back up on chat and everything that's happened so far, Undead Commander, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Appreciate you. And Vash for the resub. Let's see here. Can't believe I missed out on that Chandelure. That's one of my favorites. Said I couldn't catch anything. I wonder if it's because I don't have any Pokeballs in my pack. I'm gonna go check into that. I just recently installed this Pokemon community game because I've seen like a lot of other people having it, and I actively participate in it, so I was like, why not? Bag. I have a Great Ball. I don't have anything else.
Oh well, not so great if it's not catching Pokemon now, is it?
Well, I think what I'm doing is that I am not typing in like Pokecatch Great Ball or something to use it. I've just been spending regular ass Pokeballs, so I'm gonna get 10 of those. Fantastic.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. If you don't specify, it just goes by whatever the default is.
Right, yeah. I think I am gonna get a couple more Great Balls though, just in case a really good one comes by. But hell yeah. So what are your guys' thoughts so far, now that we're a little over the halfway point of our session tonight? Outside of, we're not gonna go fuck with that moving fortress, and or this dude's crazy.
Well, I mean, obviously, this man has seen some shit somehow. You know, so
I mean, that is
whether the
something.
floating fortress thing is true. I mean, he something happened.
Yeah, I mean, something like that is pretty incredible, even in this type of setting.
Yeah, but even then, like, you know, we've seen some crazy shit. We're here.
I agree, but the more crazy shit we see, the more likely we are to see more crazy shit. And then you go down the line until you end up at magic artifacts. Everybody knows.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Just follow the trail of crazy shit.
Precisely.
That or fuck it and go work with the little pug man for the rest of our lives. I think that seems better.
Honestly, shout out to him. That's the right choice.
Yeah, the right choice was not letting Solus treat him like he's a pug.
Dude, I'm so glad that actually panned out.
Yeah, because so it was one of four things. Either Solus just gets more cookies, Solus gets like an ale or a beer or something, the tequila sunrise thing, or Solus ignores everything and pets him anyway.
Oh, okay, I see. See, I had an inkling that I thought I was gonna do all this, I was gonna distract Solus, and then Gil was gonna be like, when he did the voice, he was to be like, and make a like a full on like joke character. Who's like, pet me, and I would be like, ah, fuck.
Either that or like, there was like a sign on the bar that said, we accept tips in pets, or in head pets.
Oh, you would have loved that, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah.
No, I think he'll be good to have on our side. I don't know what it is about him, but there's something there, I think.
The giant hammer, maybe.
Well, maybe.
Who knows? In a couple sessions, we'll be fighting a giant fortress, and then all of a sudden, this 3-foot-tall pug man with a giant hammer comes in and smashes down a wall.
Dude. Our hero, nameless pug man.
I am back.
We never did get
Welcome
his name,
back.
did we?
You never did get his name.
I was gonna try to do a harrowing for that guy, but the app I use is not loading any of the images.
That's weak.
Whoa. Maybe that tells you more than you think.
Maybe. Who knows?
Maybe it's trying to say, don't look into the giant fortress. Go work for cookies.
Oh, Vaeri wasn't trying to actually talk to him. He was trying to annoy him to go away so we could have an empty table.
Damn, it'd be like that.
They really do be like that sometimes.
Hey, guy who's clearly struggling, frickin' daddle.
Yeah, we need some privacy.
We're about to
Yeah,
talk about
and-
possibly committing crimes for fun.
Of course.
And
Why else would you commit crimes?
Whether to the benefit or not to the group, Solus' sense of justice hey, he's doing to help this guy.
Oh, you're getting really robotic.
Super Robo.
Sorry.
Hang on.
Whoa, there he
You're
is.
good.
Sorry, I was walking the dog and I just walked back in. I'm probably reconnected to my Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ain't no thing. Alright. I think we're
Okay, there we go.
I think we're just waiting for TVHEADD, and then once they get back, we'll be golden.
Nice. I'm itching to fight somebody. For real, for real.
I feel like I honestly feel like given how our characters have reacted to this group of vigilantes so far, I feel like we're gonna have to end up fighting them for some reason. I don't know what that reason may be, but I feel like we're probably gonna end up fighting.
Vaeri is about to tell you what those reasons should be once you guys can get some privacy.
Once we fix this dude's PTSD real quick.
Gil thinks maybe I didn't pick it up. I picked it up.
Oh, I figured you would pick it up. You have not only out of character but in-game reasons for why you should have picked that up.
I have inklings. Solus, not at all.
It's like, huh, those are kind of boring names.
That's so lame. Anyway.
Where's that Jeremy Clarkson gif when I need it?
Hello, I am back.
Welcome back!
Hey.
Just in time.
Yeah,
You
I attempted to make kettle corn. I don't know if I'll do that again.
Jeff, was it a bad experience?
No, I just ended up with a lot of sugar on the bottom of the pan.
No. Oof.
Yeah.
Have fun scraping that shit off later.
No, I got it quick enough. But the effect is only vaguely sweet. It's not quite the same.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah,
I had to fix
made
my face.
popcorn.
Let's go.
Hell yeah, popcorn. All right. So then, you guys ready to get back into it?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's go. All right, so you guys were just talking to this fella, and the reason for his woes is a moving fortress that he had encountered somewhere in the fields of rust.
No clue where that is.
So while he's telling the story, Vaeri does lay out a harrowing array.
Okay.
I found a spreadsheet.
Well, feel free to do that while Solus tries to think of a response to Crazy McLost's mind.
Okay. So, the cards tell me some things about your story, and I believe you. You have in the past the dance, which is you are in step with the universe, and if you do not follow it, you step outside, things can go badly. You also have the vision, an encounter with someone with madness. At present, you have the publican, which is a fellowship and camaraderie. I assume those are who you grieve now. You also have the lyre, which is the love that it rends a heart. So it speaks that you have lost a lot now.
Damn.
I'm pretty sure he knows.
Like
your
just
future. Future is not. There is nothing strong for future, but The best is the Rabbit Prince. He is the broken sword, the combatant that has fallen in battle. Even the most brave and skilled can lose. It may be time for you to hang this life up.
Hang.
So I'm gonna let you do this however you want. You can do diplomacy, or you can use your fortune-telling lore.
I will definitely use fortune telling.
All right.
I just had to figure out how to get it to roll. There we go.
Hmm.
He looks down at his mug of ale, and he says, "You're probably right. I don't know if I can go through anything like that again. But at the same time, I don't have any skills. I don't. All I know is fighting. Really, I wasn't much of a learned person."
The arm that swings the sword can pull the saw or hammer a iron.
I suppose you're right. Yeah, I will
can tell
Pick up
you.
a trade.
I can tell you from
Say-
experience. There's always time to learn again. You can change career path.
I just
Pick up a
might.
trade.
I don't know. It's a lot to process at the moment.
Perhaps. Sorry. Perhaps. Take your time to process and grieve. Find something as perhaps a distraction. See a show. Take up a trade. Maybe grab a drink, not too many. See an apothecary for any injuries, maybe something that might help you calm. And then with that, like, Solus reaches into his pocket and takes out like three gold and sets it in front of him for your troubles, and give yourself some time.
I appreciate your words and your generosity. Thank you. He finishes his mug of ale and stands up and says, "Perhaps I should go and rest for now."
Rest is good.
Yes, that is a good idea.
And he nods to the four of you and then just kind of silently turns and begins walking towards the front door of the Adventuring Guild.
Solus like
Sometimes if you give them what sounds like an answer, they will go away.
Solus watches him walk out, watches and waits for him to walk out the door, and then he leans in and whispers, "Holy shit, that guy was crazy."
That guy was bad shit, dude.
That's what the card that came up said. You can brush with madness. Yes.
Wow, we're a bunch of assholes.
But.
We are. Hopefully he takes up the apothecary suggestion. Maybe they'll help him calm down a little bit.
I scoop up the harrowing cards and put them back in my pouch and pull out the normal tarot deck, just the normal one that we have.
Mm-hmm.
And flip through, and then lay out the sun, the moon, and the star on the table.
I move in and I take the seat that is now vacant.
Oh, those are just like the weirdos. that we're looking for.
Yes, the weirdos.
They are, and some things are a coincidence, yes. However, the other tarot deck seems to be very literal sometimes.
So,
Is it
are
not
you
in the
saying? I was gonna say. So, are you saying that these 3 vigilante people, are they gonna shoot? Are they gonna shoot rays at me and then become cards too?
Maybe.
Damn it!
Magic missile bozo.
Is there a map?
I don't know if I got to mention this to you yet, but that deck got warm when we were at the academy as well, in his office with the fancy wizard.
Oh, I don't get it.
I'd imagine he'd light up as the magician.
I get it.
I think it was the Hierophant. But yes, I am wondering if this thing that we have no idea where it came from. I did not want to mention to him because it relates to the 4 suits. Yes, that are tarot. Maybe it relates to the 4 things, the artifacts. Maybe it's a way of finding them.
Where did you find that, by the way?
It showed up in my belongings when we arrived here. When we arrived at the first town with the rat man. I think that's right, or was it immediately upon arriving here?
It was almost immediately upon arriving.
Okay.
It would appear those do-nothing, good-for-nothing gods are toying with us again. Is there a major arcana that's related to a fortress? Oh, you're muted.
There is a tower.
Close, maybe. Then again, the tower that we were at previously is a really big tower.
That is true.
What were you about to ask about before TV Head?
I'm not sure.
I thought one of you guys mentioned something about a map.
Oh,
Not
Not
that I
me.
recall.
Maybe. Okay, never mind.
On second thought, though, I'm thinking suddenly maybe I should ask about him.
oh my god.
No.
I think one of you guys actually has a map of Arorynn.
You do?
I thought one of you guys did. The wizard that pulled you guys here gave you one.
I don't think.
Oh,
it
I
was
don't remember
me.
that.
I had beef with that dude, so it probably wasn't me.
Solus wouldn't be smart enough to think about that.
Yeah, that strikes me as a thinker thing to do.
I feel like Solus would do that.
See if I wrote one down here. I mean, if he offered a map, I would have taken one.
I could be misremembering, but I thought he either gave you one or showed you one.
I think
Maybe
he probably
showed.
showed it.
It
He
seems
probably showed us
likely
one,
that
yeah.
he showed
Oh,
us.
okay.
But
If we
Either-
needed a map, could I sketch one?
I bet there'd be plenty for sale. I mean, in a city like this. I
Oh
bet
yeah,
it'd
it wouldn't be
easy
hard to
find.
get a hold of a map of the continent.
Mm-hmm.
But now the question becomes, which lead are we pursuing here?
I would. I think we should deal with the closer thing first.
I think that's smart.
The three weirdos.
I agree.
And Ace
That-
kind of
that could-
turned. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
That could get us on the good side of the Adventurers Guild, depending on how it shakes out, too.
I was thinking that as well. Solus and I were discussing perhaps ways to, shall we say, entice the Celestials out of hiding.
With crime.
All right.
You stopped me once already. That was Hadar.
I don't think perpetuating crime would be the right approach.
But this is a victimless crime because one of us is the victim.
Why would he do that?
Because we can control that crime, but it would still be a crime, and then they would come to stop the crime.
And it has to be something big enough to get their attention, but not too big to get the guards' attention. So, no lost
Or,
puppies, but no blowing up a building.
My thought is, every city has parts that are a little more shady, a little less cared about by the guards. You go there, or we would go there to enact our crime.
We go there to
What
do crime.
What if we go there to some of the bars, looking for a crew to do a crime, and we let a robbery or something. And we don't hire anyone, but we talk about what and where and when.
Just to plant the seed?
And let the rumors happen. And then we show up there and wait for the Celestials to show up. That way no crime has been done, but they think there's going to be one.
It'll
It
take
sounds-
longer, but it is safer.
That sounds like something that a smart person would think of.
Why, thank you.
I think if you want to do that, doesn't exactly implicate us in anything. I think while you do that, we could also keep an eye on rooftop activity, try to use the same kinds of patrols they might use to find localized crime. Set up a patrol, and we're bound to have something come up eventually.
I mean,
It is
wouldn't
the
be
city
nice
after all.
if we
Oh,
could just
big
find
competition?
a crime.
Right.
Two birds, one stone.
I'm not one
Stop
to turn
crime.
down a competition.
Find weirdos.
Right.
Maybe get some money from the guard for stopping crime,
Right.
Yeah, we could do both things.
Right.
All right.
So
I'm all in for trying to find a crime.
we split up, cover two bases, or more? Or how do we do this?
It
I
only
would
takes
recommend at most splitting up into groups of 2.
it only takes a night to drop the hint of the plan, yes, and then we can patrol the rest of the time.
Right.
I'm with
Okay.
it.
During the day, do your fact finding. Not only trying to set up this fake crime, but also looking around, checking resources, plugging in,
Find
gathering
more information on these guys if we can.
gathering information. Yeah, where they, get a cross reference of what we think their patrol looks like, and then at night, spend time doing that, and then at some point I do want to talk to those bards at the Not the Bard
yes.
College, but the Bard Bar.
Right.
Well,
Shall we? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say we could probably go to that bar and do that, like
Sow
use
the
that
seeds.
to
I think that's
yes,
smart.
sow the seeds there. Because I mean, if it's a big, especially if you got like bards around and whatnot, people are gonna be talking and shit. Like,
Yeah, everyone knows a bard can't keep their mouth shut.
But that is not where you would look for people to do the work.
No, I agree. But again, if we're playing the long game, we're going to have to sort of just keep attempting, So it's gonna be over time, not immediately all at once. So.
Yes.
I didn't want to use out of character. I didn't want to use the phrase "roll the dice." What we're going to be doing for like the next couple of days is like roll dice for this, roll dice for that. Your days are gathering information. Your nights are patrolling.
Yeah, I mean, I think like we just kind of we could split into groups of 2, and then
For the day.
Do we like what time is it, Gil?
I'd say at this point it's roughly like it's late afternoon, so like 4.
So we got 2 hours a day left at least, right?
And 3 hours to get back to our inn.
Yeah, but look, that's something we got to deal with. We got to work with the city as it functions.
But yeah, we could start tomorrow.
We could start tomorrow, but while we're out here, so we don't have to come back out here, we could try gathering information now.
Yeah, let's go check up on that.
Sure.
Let's go check up on that Bard Bar tonight. Now,
That is on the other side of town.
Yeah, that's.
Well, I mean, but it could just be a dead end, and we could just get that done, and then spend the rest of our time.
Well, it will be a
quote
dead
unquote.
end when it's closed, and we get.
I don't think it's gonna be closed.
they're probably open all night.
Yeah.
Probably close at 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah, that kind of thing. And then we spend the rest of our time, quote unquote, planning crime, and then at night patrolling crime. What do you think?
I mean, I'm easy. That's fine.
Yeah.
I think the patrols at night should be everybody. The
Right.
information gathering can be different, smaller groups.
That's fair. Okay, so I want to go to the Bard Bar. Gil.
Okay. Just by yourself, or is anybody gonna join you?
I don't know if you're gonna join me.
I will, unless anybody else wants to. I will go with to be a face.
Gil, do we reasonably expect we can get to that bar and back to our... Get to that bar, spend a couple hours, and get back to our inn before sunrise?
Yeah.
Wow, really?
Okay.
Yeah, we're fucking awesome. What do you mean? We could do anything.
I'd say that you guys would get back in the wee early hours of the morning, but it would be
done.
it can be done. Yeah.
Okay.
Especially like at night, the streets are gonna clear up. It's not gonna be the kind of same traffic.
A bit of quick walk.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, yeah, let's do Bard Bar tonight then.
To the Bard Bar.
Okay.
And this is listening to Bard stories. This is not talking about the crime.
Right. We're just trying to see, that was my hunch, is that since scholars don't have anything academically on the books for any of this stuff, and everyone considers it legends and fairy tales and stuff, the only people who believe that kind of thing are people who uphold oral tradition, like bards.
They might have stories about the Celestials too.
That too. So it could be a nice fact-finding mission. Okay.
Yeah.
And so we go.
All right.
At some point on the city, I'd like to grab a map of the continent, or area at least.
Yeah. So it's super easy to get a map of the continent. And I can actually show you that to you guys right now.
Yeah.
I do have a book about the continent in my notes. I don't know if that's the same as a map of the continent. I remember.
You have, so you could use the book to kind of get like a base idea of like what all of these different areas are about, like general like culture and society and such.
Okay, yeah, I kind of figured. I was just pointing that out. I just saw that it was in my notes.
Yeah. So this is the map that you picked up.
I spelled that really
Nice.
wrong.
Let me make it a little bit smaller so it actually fits in the screen there.
So
where
we're
are
in
we again?
Xapphia. We were in
Okay.
the Culzy Citadel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There is a place called Tower Town.
Tower Town.
Well, I mean, we were talking about the tower earlier.
Where we dropping, boys?
Oh boy. Hadar, you would, by looking at the map and remembering what you had read about in the book about Arorynn, you would remember that Tower Town is like the center of industry. That is home to craftsmen of all kinds, and that the tower extends just as far into the earth as it does above it.
Oh wow,
And the
very interesting.
the tower itself that shows above the surface is just as tall as the main one in Culzy Citadel.
Oh wow,
So, and it goes that much deeper into the ground as well.
that's
Hey, Gil.
actually really interesting. Yeah.
I got a question.
What's up?
If you squint and look at the very center of the map, there's a castle in that water. Is
Yeah,
that intentional?
it was. Because, like Hadar's book would tell you, that long ago, that this continent was whole.
So there's a sunken city, I guess, under all that.
Mm-hmm.
Baby, we're going to Atlantis. Let's go.
A castle that could possibly float, perhaps?
I mean, we did just
Now
hear
he-
about a fortress.
He said that was the Fields of Rust, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, so we find some other magic guy, have him teleport us over to Tower Town so we can walk over into the Fields of Rust. We got this. It's fine.
It's just that easy. It's just that simple.
And Hadar, your book would mention the Fields of Rust as being it got its name because it was a battleground between a legion of automatons who had ruled that area and was killing off the wildlife. And so the people from the neighboring towns and eventually even the empire itself set out to defeat them. And with the rusted bodies of the defeated automatons is what eventually killed what would remain of the grass there, turning the field into a sickly reddish brown color.
Oh, I don't like that place.
Turned it into Mars.
Hence its name, the Fields of Rust.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
So
like that place.
Would Hadar's book mention on if there's a possibility of like ships across the water of like the center? and
Like, do
whatnot?
people often sail across it?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Oh,
got it.
interesting.
There is
All right,
a
that's
lot
bad.
of tales of ships that have tried to go from, say, Wayfarer's Exchange to Tower Town in order to deliver goods faster, and the ships never made it to port.
Oh wow.
Oh, good. All right. Yeah.
I wonder.
Triangle. Got it.
I wonder if how far they can go over that. Like, is it like no go at all, or could you go like from like Campshire Grove to like Calsey Citadel or something, or like go from like Xapphia to Calsey Citadel, but across that little tiny bit of water.
There are people who have made it such short distances like that, but even they
never across the center.
But they experience some level of turmoil as they cross even that smallest gap of water.
Oh wow! Really?
But nobody's heard of anyone who is able to cross it completely.
Interesting. But of course people do sail. They circumvent. Like they go around. They can go around the outside.
Yeah, they still. It's not an easy thing to do, but they are still able to kind of like skirt the shore essentially.
Right, because that's how you get to like the Fallen Cove or.
Oh, that's the outside of the continent. People,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
right?
yeah. People go to like Ivada and Heirloom Outpost and Acredo quite frequently. Acredo especially, because Acredo is the gambling city.
Oh.
Think of it like a fantasy Las Vegas.
Interesting.
Oh, baby.
Very cool.
So that's a very popular. That's a very popular place for people to go. That's not on the main continent.
Out of character, I'm thinking of that skit that has that one skit that they would do on Weekend Update for on Saturday Night Live, where they would just be like, "This club has everything."
Right.
Like, this setting has everything. All right, and so we go.
Yeah. So you guys set back off, and certainly night falls before you're able to reach your destination. And as you guys are making your way, you see how like this whole castle portion looking thing is. The bulk of it, probably the main center of it, is completely surrounded by guard patrols. So you would have to actually go around this whole structure, which adds a little bit of time to your walk.
That's only for the elite there in the middle, I would imagine.
Damn people with money.
Right.
Getting in the way.
But night does come, and it is
Party time.
It's a little bit into the night by the time you guys reach the bar in question.
Okay.
Yeah, you rock up on a place known as. Let me see here. I'm trying to pull it up in my notes real quick. The White Flare Theater.
Mm. White Flare Theater. Okay.
And as the guy at the Adventuring Guild says, it's less of a theater and more of a bar, but that's where that's where a lot of the bards like to go to. It's very popular with them. So they call it a theater.
That makes sense. We head inside. Is there like, I mean, do they have the equivalent of like bouncers at the front, or is it just people just walking in?
People just walking in. It's very laid back atmosphere. And so when you walk in, there's already someone performing, and you see that the crowd is mostly made up of other bards.
Yeah, it's a bunch of theater kids getting drunk.
Essentially, yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's a bunch of theater kids getting drunk.
Awesome.
Yeah. And it's a pretty ritzy looking place as far as like ritzy can go without blowing the budget. Like it's definitely upscale, but it's no black tie affair. So you walk in and you come across the main performer at the moment is a Gripply, who is just wailing on some bongos.
Bongos.
Let's
I'm
fucking
in.
go.
I'm imagining them like completely fucking 1960s beatnicked out. Like
Abso-fucking-lutely, yeah.
they have a black turtleneck and a beret, and they're just like boom, boom, bop, boom, 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 bop, bop.
And if you're unfamiliar with what a Gripply is basically a humanoid tree frog that stands at only 2 feet tall.
Wow.
Little.
This one
Are they little bongos or are they really big bongos?
They're pretty big compared to him, but like not to where it's impossible for him to play them.
All right,
Playing
shout
with
out
his
to
feet.
Yeah, he's got.
Just imagine the little like frog slap sound. Just
he's got this bright orange skin to him. You can see like the mucus kind of glistening against him, and he's kind of peppered with deep purple spots.
Ooh, neat.
And he's just wailing on it, and there's not a single person in the bar who isn't giving him their attention.
He finishes his weird avant-garde song, and everyone just does the snappies. All right. I guess what is it? Drinks then?
Yeah, you can go up and get some drinks. There's a bar there. There's a human woman behind the bar. Very very thin, very dainty.
Mm-hmm. As per usual, in a lot of these situations, Hadar cuts the path through people because people don't want to be in his way.
Mm-hmm.
And then once he gets to the front, he sort of, with deference, does the after you motion to whoever is nearest to him. In this case, I will say it's Vaeri.
I'll hop up on are there stools or anything? For me to get
there's
head over the bar.
There's stools.
All right. I'll do that and get her attention and say, "We need drinks here."
The woman approaches and says, "Oh, what can I get for you?"
Wine for me. I look to the others.
he just kind of puts his hand up. It's a little late for me, but thank you.
She kind of raises an eyebrow to you, Ace, and she goes, "But the party's just getting started, dear. Why not cut loose a little bit? Put on a nightcap, maybe."
A nightcap?
It's a turn of phrase.
It means get drunk.
No, thank you. I will enjoy the party quite well enough.
As you say. And then she turns her attention to Solus,
who is holding out a piece of paper.
Piece of paper.
Oh, the tequila sunrise.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
that thing.
She takes it.
Hello.
She takes the paper and quickly scans it and goes, "Oh, dear, this is child's play. I'll take care of you."
Solus doesn't know whether to be insulted by that or not, so he's just gonna be indifferent.
Right, because it's complicated for him to remember, but it's like everyone else is just
Exactly.
like, this is a mixer and like two spirits. Like, what do you want?
Exactly.
She goes and moves down the bar a little bit, and you see her get a bunch of bottles out, and she starts mixing the drinks for you. And then once she sets that drink aside, she goes over to a barrel with a wine glass and fills it up and brings it back over. And she hands the wine to you, Vaeri, and then she puts the mixed drink down in front of you, Solus, and says, "Let me know what you think of this. It's a little bit of a deviation from what you requested, but I think you'll like it all the same."
Solus eyes it warily, but takes the drink anyway.
All right, and she looks over to you and says, "That'll be 3 gold."
To me,
P-
or
Just
I
to
assume
the
me
general
because I
party.
ordered.
Yeah, to
oh,
Vori.
okay.
I'll take this one. It's fine.
Okay.
This place is fucking expensive. Now I know
Yep.
why I didn't get a drink. I can sense it.
Holy.
Holy.
Nice.
Could you imagine if you bought a drink and they came around and said, "Yeah, that'd be $150."
Yeah.
Yeah. I was about to throw some silver
Yes.
up there. I'm glad I waited.
Turns out it's actually just my drink.
Yeah, yours is the most expensive drink.
Like two gold, 8 silver.
Yikes.
Glass of wine. for
Yeah, I got the
1
barrel
gold,
wine.
Like, yeah.
It's like getting box wine. Here's some wine coolers, maybe.
All right.
Well, I drink the drink. What's so special about it?
Give me a Constitution save.
Oh
I-
boy.
Fucking. Let's see. Do
Come on,
Constitution
King.
save.
Your constitute.
Not as much as you would think. Where's the fucking? Where do I go to actually click that? Just the
Click
regular
for a fortitude
Constitution.
save?
Fortitude.
Yeah, fortitude or
Fortitude.
arcana
Oh,
check?
is it fortitude? Or is it
Fortitude,
just straight
yes.
Constitution. Oh, okay.
It's
Never
fortitude,
mind.
my
I'm really good
apologies.
at fortitude.
Ugh.
Oh.
16.
You feel its effects almost immediately. This drink is much more powerful than what you had asked for.
That's why it's more expensive.
And you
Motherfuckers.
and yeah, you are you're
Is this what before you continue? Is this going to give me some sort of detrimental thing that might affect the rest of our plans? Because I will drop a hero point on this if that's the case.
potentially.
Gil's
do
doing
you think,
the
Greg?
you don't know.
Okay,
It may.
group thoughts.
I mean, it's
Um,
fine if you're just carousing a bit. Like, you're
Yeah, I
not
think
gonna.
it's-
I
I
don't
think
think
it's
you're gonna
alright.
get into anything really, really bad trouble. Plus, I don't think you would have asked a lot of questions about our fairy tale seeking knowledge thereof.
Oh no, I'm just thinking of like, how this is going to affect if we have to like, fight the Celestials or some shit like that,
Oh yeah, no, I think it's fine.
I think you'll be alright. You're a big boy.
Fine.
I mean, you can use the point if you want.
No, that's fine. It's fine. If the group consensus is that we think this is fine, then fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
think
it's
it'll be
fine.
terribly detrimental.
I'll worst case scenario, I'll just go medicine check, puke in the corner.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
So you're taking it?
Yeah, lay it on me.
Stupefied 2 and Clumsy 1.
I
Oh.
fucking.
How? Wow. Wait.
Wow,
Does that? Oh man. Ouch.
Stupefied 2, so
Uh-huh.
you get a -2 penalty to all intelligence, wisdom, and charisma checks.
Oh.
Well, those were low anyway. Well, no, actually, the wisdom, not
Not
so
the
much.
wisdom.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
okay.
Clumsy 1 is a -1 penalty to all dexterity checks.
Yeah.
Fucking.
I mean, that
Wow.
makes sense for drunk though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait for the next day. Just make sure I drink plenty of water while we're here.
Yeah.
So that I don't get hangover 5 the next day.
Jeez. I think if you wake up with hangover 5, you just fucking die.
That's just instant death.
Yeah.
Probably.
Hangover
I
5.
don't.
You become
make
dying
sure I
3.
drink water. Make sure I drink water throughout the entire night, so that I don't wake up with exhaustion or something.
Sure.
Of course.
And with that, Solus is fucking plastered.
I like the idea of this big hulking man. He takes one sip and just collapses under the.
I think with a roll like that is he mistakenly just fucking crushes it.
Oh, dude.
Yes.
He's like, oh,
Absolutely.
delicious. Like fucking boom.
Yeah, he tastes it, realizes it's stronger, shrugs, considers it a challenge, and shotguns the shit.
Oh my god. Yep.
Gorum follower moment.
With that roll, I mean, that's narratively what I see happened.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn.
Alright, and let's find a place to plop down Solus and
Oh, no,
Listen up.
I'm fine. Everything's fine. What are we doing?
Listen to the pretty music.
It is bongos.
Very good.
He's like, it is bongos after all. Yes. I really love that music.
We have a job to do.
Yes, we have a job to do. You, my friend,
Let's do
enjoy
it.
bongos.
I can multitask. I can join bongos and talk to people at the same time.
He points at a drunk person next to you. Yeah, you can talk to them.
I don't know who that is.
That's the point. You have to. Don't you know how investigations work?
Not right now.
They're your new friend now.
Oh,
They said they
turns to them.
really want
Hello.
to hear about the teachings of Gorum.
you're Lord Savior Glorum.
And with that, I walk away and leave that man to his trouble.
Yeah. Essentially.
All right. So what do you guys
What
want
is
to
it-
do here? There's plenty of people, and I would say the overwhelming majority of them are dressed in costumed clothes, lending you to believe that they are also other bards.
Yeah, just a bunch of people being extra as fuck.
100%, yes.
I mean, this is like 2 steps away from like a drag bar, basically. Yeah, I guess we'll try and sit in on. I mean, my character really doesn't know the inroads to social interaction, but he definitely knows how to get a person talking.
Mm-hmm.
He's very direct, so he would just be like, we came here looking for stories about the I keep forgetting the name of the stupid
let's just tell them we're looking for stories of great artifacts.
yeah, specifically the what is it called? The intelligent something. God damn it.
Edge?
Yeah, the intelligence edge and
Everdisk.
the Everdisk.
Does
I just keep forgetting.
anybody-
Out of character, I keep forgetting. I'm just like, I can't remember the
It's
fucking name of the
intellect
thing.
edge and Everdisk, yeah.
Oh, intellect edge.
Intellect edge in Everdisk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does anybody here seem to be like? I know everybody is gaudy but does anybody like seem to be more important?
Oh.
I would say that it's they're all roughly the same. There's a couple that stick out to you a little bit more than the others.
Could sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that there is a half elf who is a little bit more ostentatious than the rest. You see catfolk that is their big billowy costume is in all black with maybe a couple specks of purple. And there is a flesh warp.
Ooh.
Who is dressed in very clashing bright neon colors and has what looks like some sort of unholy amalgamation of a hurdy-gurdy and a drum kit.
Wow.
What is a flesh warp?
So a flesh warp is the result of science and magic mixed in usually terrible ways. It's a humanoid whose form is transformed by one of these forces and turned into something considered grotesque by many. Typically has additional parts that the regular form would not, like additional limbs, mouths, eyes, or something else entirely.
Yeah.
You actually met a flesh warp. I want to say... Where did you? I think you met a flesh warp in one of the first towns that you were at.
It was
No
in the town
kidding.
we got chased out of, right?
In Luz, yeah.
Huh.
It was the,
I don't remember a flesh warp, but maybe.
He was one of the people we bought stuff from, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He was the guy who sold you the runestones.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Oh, that was a puppet.
The puppet did the
it was the magic shop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I? So like, those are the people I pick out as kind of like sticking out to me.
Yeah. Well, sticking out to all of you guys, really.
Right.
Like out of the crowd, those are kind of like the three interesting characters.
Basically trying to narrow down the field a bit.
Okay. I would like to try to eavesdrop on the flesh warp.
The flesh warp isn't really talking to anybody.
Well done.
You know, he's kind of where he's sitting. There appears to be a little bit of a wide berth from everybody else who's kind of sitting in this establishment. But he's just sitting there, tapping his fingers, listening to the song. He's got like this big, like joyous smile on his face. He's just having a good time.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna eavesdrop on the guy who's not talking.
And like I said, like this crowd is typically very good about giving the performer their undivided attention. So there's not really a whole lot of people talking.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Like maybe every now and then, like there'd be like a whisper of like compliments to whoever's currently performing, but outside of that,
It's more or less quiet.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like when somebody's performing, like there's not really anybody who's like laughing or telling stories or anything. It's like they're focused on the show, and then when the performer leaves, that's when it would pick back up until somebody else got back on stage.
I see.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna go back up to the bar where the
Mhm.
human bartender is, and I want to point at the. I think you said that they were elven,
A half elf, yeah,
a half elf.
yeah.
His logic is that they are typically a bit longer lived. Out of the three choices he's got that look good, he wants to ask the bartender what that person is drinking.
Mhm.
Do they know or do they respond?
Oh yeah. She says, "Oh, the half elf, he's just drinking straight whiskey."
Okay, I guess pour 2 fingers of that for me, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course. And she gets it out. Like that'll be 5 silver.
Right, 5 silver.
This place is ridiculous.
And then I go and I take that over to that person.
Okay. So you walk over, and he's watching the Gripply playing the bongos, and as you approach, the Gripply stands up and does a deep bow, and everybody in the bar starts applauding. And then the Gripply leaves the stage, and as the stage is vacant, the chatter starts to pick up among the crowd. The half-elf is chatting with a woman when you approach.
I go, is there a seat nearby that's not taken?
Yeah, there's actually one right next to him. Okay.
I will take that seat. And then I sort of, I guess, as best as he can, as awkward, albeit as it must be, he says something to the effect of, I don't mean to interrupt, but are you terribly, like he kind of points at the two of them and he says, are you terribly busy with all of this?
He looks up at you and then like down, and he like kind of gets like a read on you, and he raises an eyebrow and then looks to the woman and goes, if you'll excuse me, darling, I'll find you later tonight. And the giddy woman just kind of gets up and kind of hurries away. And he looks back at you and says, her and I will link back up later. You are an interesting character. I can't say I see much of you around here.
I get that a lot.
I would say.
I have come to hear tales of things from long ago. People say that these things are fairy tales, so I come to the one place where people believe such legends. To hear this, I bring tithe in order to pay my way. And I kind of slightly nudge the whiskey toward him.
He takes it and goes, well, how kind of you. I accept, and as for the fairy tales part, fairies exist, so why shouldn't fairy tales be just as real as any other tale?
That is my thought precisely. Thank you. I feel validated.
Well, good. I'm glad you feel validated. I may have heard a few tales in my time. Some of them not quite good enough to put to song, or a little too downtrodden and gruesome to put into song. But what were you are you looking for anything specific?
Everyone that we ask about, what is it? The something disc in the intelligence.
The ever disc and the intellect edge.
The ever disc and the intellect edge. Everyone we ask about, they say that there is nothing to tell about these items. But we have a need to seek them out, so we must have more information.
I have heard a tale or two about the blade. It's, again, one of those topics. It's a little too gruesome to put into a cheerful song, which I tend to specialize in. But the Everdisc, I'm afraid I know not about.
I'm amenable to hearing of just one of these tales. If you have any information, that would be very helpful.
The intellect edge, the blade that harms the mind and the mind alone. The blade that can alter one's psyche, should a great enough wielder use it against them, or one who is vile enough to want to commit such atrocities.
This is information that we have heard, yes.
Well, in my travels...
Does anyone know of its last appearance? Who wielded it? What the rest of its story is? Its creation tale, its alloys, its engravings, anything?
Oh, the tale of the intellect edge. It was... I believe it was forged deep, deep underground by some quite nasty fellows. They wanted to seek absolute power as much, you know, as anyone who has the ability to craft such an item might have. They say that the last person who owned it was nothing more than a petty criminal who would go about and take what he wanted and leave the witnesses essentially curled up in a corner, their minds completely wiped.
Huh. Stealing from a farm by using a hurricane.
Exactly. As far as its last known location, it's been thrown about here and there. Maybe the original owner died and someone found it and was practicing and realized it wasn't cutting anything when used against a simple object for target, but maybe it was sold then to somebody else. The last time it was seen, at least according to a very, very, very drunk person at the Heirloom Outpost, the last time it was seen was hundreds of years ago when the Wayfarers Exchange had first come to fruition.
Wayfarers Exchange?
Yes, the Wayfarers Exchange is a commerce of trade. There are people from not just the Empire, but from all over the continent who seek out this, dare I say, glorified flea market to exchange their goods.
And that's at the Heirloom Outpost?
The Heirloom Outpost is where I heard this from. The Wayfarers Exchange is up to the northern part of the continent, just east of the Empire's, or just west, sorry, of the Empire's bounds.
Out of character, what was that place again? Sorry, I missed it.
The Wayfarers Exchange was the last time it was seen.
Uh-huh. And that was...
It's up to the north of Severance Lock. If I don't have this, I will drop it in the Discord. If I haven't given it to you guys yet already. Which I thought I did, but I'm gonna do it again anyway. Now if I can remember where I found it. Because like any good GM, all my shit is scattered throughout my computer.
Fantastic.
No, I know where it's at. Is it this one?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like...
It's this one. Here you go. There's your map.
What? Oh, perfect. Yeah. Because like having the map before wasn't like super good because like we were just new and it was better to keep us uninformed. But like now we actually have a map, so
yeah,
it'd be good to have one.
Yep. So there it is. I dropped it in the Discord group.
Nice. Very nice. I'll save that. Okay. Cool.
So yeah, Wayfarers Exchange is up there at the north. I'll bring it up on stream too so everybody else can see.
Wayfarers Exchange. I see.
I'll be right up here.
Were you long enough lived to have been around during that time?
I'm afraid I'm not. I'm quite young for my my profession, I guess you could call it.
Unfortunate.
But I'm sure that if it passed through there, somebody might know about where it went, or at least have record about where it could have went.
Its physical description, or other names it's gone under?
It's gone under the Mind Eraser. It has gone under the Alterer. And as far as the description, it is a great sword that has a unnatural, dark, almost midnight purple blade.
Purple. kind of alloy is that?
The hilt itself is a very intricate mithril, and the handle, the pommel, are of dark oak. I want to say that someone said that it had some sort of golden thread that shined like the sun wrapped around it, the handle.
Oh.
It's a very strange thing, to my knowledge.
Mithril gold handle. Interesting.
Sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah. Out of like off the top of my head, do I know of any alloys that would be purple like that?
Not to your knowledge.
So nothing that I've ever seen, not even star metals.
Mm-mm.
That is interesting. Well, you've been very informative, more so than even the scholars we went and visited. I thank you.
Well, the scholars only care about factual findings and, you know, what they can, I guess,
What's
explain.
useful.
Yes, what's useful, what the mind can be wrapped around. But, like, as you know, the stories of the common folk tend to give quite more detail.
In a very knowing tone, he says, if you live long enough, all things are legend. I'll wish you a good night. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your company and the drink. And he takes the whiskey and he downs the entire thing.
He gets up promptly and turns around. He didn't, like, to show you how, like, non-social fucking Hadar is, didn't even ask this man's name. Doesn't care. He had information. It's transactional. Like, I hope that came across.
100%, yeah.
He's just like, I want information. I bring tithe. You've been helpful. Thank you very much. Like, that's how it's done, folks. No, I'm kidding. All right, I'm done with whatever I was doing.
All right, anybody else?
Nah, I don't think so. I don't fit in with this crowd.
Solus is very much just off. Yeah.
What did you say the catfolk person was wearing?
Pure black. All black, maybe a couple accents of like a deep purple, but that's it. It's in like
Ace.
very billowy still, like a bard's costume, but just sharp black.
Come on, Ace. A bard cat person in all black. You don't want to interact with that?
I will note that this catfolk is like on the books catfolk.
Instead of
Right.
funny ears.
Not the half cat. Like
Yeah.
Quarter cat.
Come on, you don't want to interact with the goth girl emo cat.
I don't do well with theater kids.
I
was
mean,
just
listen,
imagining-
she's giving off like alt rock, like don't fuck with me vibes. Come on.
All right, you know what? Y'all bring
So-
very very good points to the table.
Interact with the goth mom.
Hold on, Vori was
who's
going to
at-
say something.
Yeah, who's at her table?
At your table,
No, at the catfolk's table.
at the catfolk's table, it seems like they're the only bard at the table. Everybody else are just some common folk who have wandered in.
It's all of her non-bard friends, and they're all smoking cloves in the corner.
I can't talk to women in real life. I play games to escape this.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Vaeri will head over there.
Okay, so you're gonna go talk to the catfolk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go and if it seems like a spattering people, I'll hop up on a chair at the table and wait for the whatever act is currently up there to finish.
Yeah, actually, the up at the on the stage right now is the flesh warp with the hurdy-gurdy drum kit abomination.
Oh, that's so weird.
Oh, I know
Okay.
he's going crazy.
Well, he's got enough arms to be able to play everything. So
King shit.
Sidebar. I'm imagining Solus just there talking to that guy, whoever they were,
yeah,
and just being like, "See, the thing about my god is you gotta come correct. You got. I put on this sigil. I put on a holy symbol every day. I put it on. Like,
You think he puts it on?
Every day. In the morning when I wake up, first thing I do, get my holy sigil and like shows the man his pocket his pocket switch comb. And
oh no,
I-
yeah, I forgot.
I brush my hair. If you look at my hair, it's great. It's a tribute to my god. You know, he's great. You hear Gorham? Let me tell you about Gorham. Gorham is, you know.
and the guy's just kind of doing that thing where he's too polite to like leave or say or tell him to fuck off, but like he's just kind of like, yeah, cool.
It's the meme where the bro has his hand out and he's doing the
yes.
pointing. Yeah.
Yes, it's that one. Yep, that's exactly what's happening here.
At least
Oh my
until Solus
gosh.
decides to wander off.
Yeah. Okay, back to Vori. Sorry.
Yeah, so Vori, you approach this catfolk. Her fur almost the same color as her costume. She is respectfully watching this flesh warp bang out whatever the hell that is that you're listening to. It almost sounds like noise, but you can kind of put like a little bit of a rhythm behind it.
Oh, I'm tapping my foot. I don't care if it sucks. Shout out to this guy. He's my favorite guy.
Yeah, it's very much it's like an acoustic version of grindcore.
Oh no.
That's essentially what you're hearing. And as soon as he's finished his song, he bows and the crowd starts clapping. But if honestly with the same amount of like fervor as the Gripply.
Shout out to him, man. Honestly.
And then as he leaves stage, once again the chatter picks back up, and the catfolk hasn't really seemed to pay any attention to you. It's like she's still focused on the stage.
Now I'll sit down at the table and kind of pointedly scan the table, looking around at and landing on her as the only performer there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, we do not have whatever that instrument was where I come from. It was very different. Interesting.
Without
You, Go ahead.
I was gonna say, without even like so much as moving her eyes to you, she says, "Yes, it was very, very interesting. I see where the emotion comes through."
You, look like a performer, but not like the rest of them.
Yes, well, I've decided
You're-
to not perform tonight. I'm just here to take in what the rest of the performers. I'm merely a passerby.
It's much. While you still have plenty of flair, it is not, as in your face and bright as the rest of them.
Yes, I never did care for such bright and gaudy colors. They don't look good on me.
Peacocks are overrated.
And at that, you actually see her kind of chuckle a little bit. She looks to you and says, "I assume that you have a reason for approaching me?"
Can I
Oh,
just
yes.
mention, not only is very intimidating, Vaeri's got the riz.
He does have an 18 charisma.
Nice. Good shit.
Yes, you look like a performer, and we're my companion said we are new to town, and we were looking for stories. Do you sing? Are your stories that you or your songs of things out in the world, or of people, or what is it that inspires your art?
Not so much the people, not so much the places. I like scenery. I like things that... I like open expanses. I like the night sky. I like the way that the sun comes up over the mountaintops in the early hours of the morning. A lot of my songs are based in that.
You like grandeur.
Yes, you could say that.
Things that stand the test of time. Landscapes, empires, artifacts, not small things.
Yes. Yes.
We are looking for tales of some artifacts you may have heard of.
There's a chance. I've heard of a couple artifacts, but I can't exactly lend any truth, saying as they are all word of mouth, as many stories are.
Well, we came here for stories. If we wanted facts, we would go to the Spire City down south.
The Citadel.
Yes, that one.
Uptight bookworms. Only care about their studies and not about the fascinating world that they live in.
Very much about their books. Do you know they let people make guilds of thieves there?
Despicable.
But yes, stories are what we are looking for. There's something called the Everdisk I have heard tell of.
The Everdisk. I'm not entirely sure if I know anything about an Everdisk.
There was that and a sword of intellect.
I know about a sword that was able to wipe minds and alter personalities, but...
Yes, that is the one.
Oh. I only know of its existence. I'm afraid I can't give you much more information than that.
It is said to be something about related to your tarot, right? Your suits.
Oh yes, the tarot. It's pretty popular, especially in the city. It seems.
I've been reading on it. It is very interesting. It's like something where I come from, but a little different still.
Where do you come from exactly?
A very, very long way away from here.
What's it like?
Beyond the ring. So, where I come from, there's a desert expanse and a great dragon, Cadrocasta, who is taking the people around her and elevating this desert expanse to a civilization and building it up from nothing. And those of us that help her, we bring in the resources. We help. We are creating out of the great expanse of nothing that is the desert, creating a whole kingdom.
You see, she kind of frowns a little bit. She says, "Is the expanse of the desert not majestic enough?"
When you see a flat expanse that goes on forever, you can appreciate it, but the part near you is the same as the part farthest from you. If there is nothing to stop your eye and rest upon it, and then view again, it becomes monotony, does it not?
But such a place under the sun that provides monotony could provide peace and solace under a night sky.
It can, and you can look from the east all the way to the west and see nothing but that. But if you turn to the south, you may view a jewel that shines in the middle of the plains.
Then I would simply not look that way.
There will still be plenty of desert for the rest of it.
Well, at least that much is good. Sounds like a
And there will be
fascinating
people there
place.
to view it now.
Well, I guess there's a give and take with everything. I hope I get to see this land
But-
of yours sometime.
It would be great. Right now, we are not able to travel back. That is where I come from. We found ourselves stranded upon your shores here, and are attempting to find our way back. Which is why I do not know of your legends here, which is why I seek them out, and your tarot as well. It is like something in my land, but it is new, similar purposes, but different cards, different faces, different legends.
I see. Well, I do know a tale of one person who is very, very well versed in the art of the tarot.
I would like to hear this.
Some seek her out specifically to get their readings from, coming from all corners of the continent. The unfortunate part is that she is quite hard to find, even in the small landscape in which she lives. It's almost like she doesn't want to be found, and only those who can find her are worthy of getting a reading from her.
What is this person called?
This woman, she's a Goran. A Goran by the name of Aconite. And if you don't know what a Goran is basically a plant person.
Interesting. And she lives, how you say, on the ring?
Yes, she lives deep in the Restless Marsh. I've heard tales that those who get a reading from hers can tell absolute truth. She can tell of events that are guaranteed to happen.
Now this is where we say it is a legend, because the cards, they suggest, they guide, they do not provide absolute truth. Very few things provide absolute truth.
But the power is not within the cards, it is within the person. The cards can be mass-produced. They can be made by anybody. Anyone with a hand and a pen can draw a set of tarot cards. It's the magic that's within them is what brings out. For her, it's almost as if she has an unrivaled power in the form of fortune telling. But again,
This sounds like a very interesting person.
I would say so.
But you say she is, aside from being in the swamp, you do not find her unless you are destined to? Or she wants you to?
Something to that effect.
And is she new? Has she been around ages?
That much I do not know, unfortunately. Though tales about her have been told ever since I was young. At least that's when I first heard them.
Have you ever sought her out?
No, I do not wish to know what the future holds for me. I prefer to live in the moment. I'm afraid that if I were told of an oncoming disaster, I'd be wasting my life counting the minutes until it happened.
See, that is why you take it under advisement, but you still go. You still move. You cannot just stay.
Perhaps.
Well, then I will not offer to read the Harrow or the Tarot for you. But I appreciate your stories.
Of course.
Please allow me to buy your next drink, and I'll set a gold piece on the table.
How kind. Thank you for your company.
Anytime. I am very Kapesk.
Excuse me. My name is Ketya.
You said Ketya, Gil?
Yeah, Ketya. Ketya.
Okay. Got it. Ketya, it has been a pleasure speaking with you this evening.
Likewise.
Perhaps we will see it again.
Perhaps. If the cards foresay. And she kind of gives like a sly grin.
Ah. It is not the cards that control it now, is it? I wink and walk off.
All right.
Can we just say Vori is the most impressive out of this entire group. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, that was some masterclass riz at the end.
I'm off talking the ear out of some poor sap about a god that doesn't exist in this land.
I was gonna say that this turned out a lot more different than I thought it would. I thought for sure that Vaeri and Ace would take the lead, or like Ace and Solus maybe.
I apologize. I've been tapping out for like the past 40 minutes.
No, you're
that's on
good.
me.
You're good. It's okay.
I'm drunk, so
Yeah, we weren't expecting that. Yeah.
I actively dislike gaudy people.
I feel you. In real life, I kind of sometimes you kind of get that feeling, but you know, in this particular narrative, I feel like Hadar doesn't even acknowledge that. He's just like, I'm in a place. I have a job. I have a goal. This is what I'm doing.
I was enjoying the music.
This weird ass fucking Yoko Ono slapping on the fucking like, fucking weird ass bullshit.
You guys are paying for gold price drinks. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I mean, at least the guy I bought for it only, drank whiskey. Thankfully.
All right. Is there anything else you guys want to do here, or have you had enough of this scene?
Dive.
I think we're done. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Move.
All right.
We hit some notable people and stuff.
Yeah.
Right on.
Can
Solus
Solus
has
walk?
wandered off.
Okay, so he can walk.
Solus has wandered
Hey.
off.
Hey, Raid.
Gosh, I've
Hey,
always
Raid!
Hey, Raid!
Look at that! Hey!
Carmelia, Carmelia, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Give me a shout out. There we go. All right. So what do you guys do from here?
We gotta find Solus. They said they walked off.
They did wander off.
Yeah.
Solus has wandered off.
Is there perhaps a trail left behind, such as, his big ass knocking shit over as he stumbles around perhaps a puke trail of some kind.
I will
Something like
jeez.
that.
I'll say that
Everybody assumes that Solus Solus can hold his alcohol. Okay,
I imagine so. Yeah.
I'll say
he's
that
got an iron will and a titanium stomach.
I'll say that what you guys see as any indication of where Solus went off to is an open door at the front of the theater.
So he left. He just dipped. All right. Well,
Try and go outside, I guess, and find him.
Yeah, round the rest of them up. Like, we gotta find Solus.
yeah. We all kind of converge and just look at each other. Oh man.
I thought you were watching him.
I babysat him earlier.
So
I made sure he didn't pet the dog, man.
You have been unofficially named as the Solus Watcher.
But yeah, so you guys group up and you make your way back outside of the theater.
Yep.
And as you exit, you see Solus across the street, tossing his cookies into a potted plant outside of somebody's house.
Oh man, not the potted plant. I kind of approach slowly and pat his back gently. That's it, buddy. Just yeah.
I thought I saw the Celestials outside. Find him and fight him.
I don't think you're in any condition to fight anyone.
You don't know. We've been almost dead before. It's fine.
Yeah, but you're almost dead now.
I'm not. I'm totally fine. No. He holds his arms open and stumbles. No wounds.
Ace gives him like a gentle push, just towards the closest wall, just like a soft push.
He's so off balance when you push him. He just the pose that he did, like essentially T-posing, just like his arms out. He just slowly falls.
Sorry, that was not my intention. Oh, jeez. Wow, that drink did a number on you.
Somebody
think
get
it
the
was most of the
license of
deal.
that alcohol.
I offer my hand to him to help him up. Let's get you back to the inn. We'll sleep this off. You'll be alright.
Did you get to talk to people? Get information?
They did. Don't worry. They handled it. That's not for me. But that's besides the point. We got some leads. We got some information.
Yeah.
You did
On the
great,
way
buddy.
back. On the way back, we'll go ahead and I guess compare notes as we walk back and kind of relay what it is that we learned and the leads that we got.
Right on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, there you go. That was actually pretty good. That was not without it was actually worth it. We got a lot of good, at least for the intelligence blade. We got some pretty good stuff for that, I feel like.
It's almost like that's the first artifact we're going to find.
What? That's crazy.
No. Immediate
We're not being
curveball, and we
we're not
find
being
one of the ones
steered
we don't
into a
even know
direction.
about.
So,
Right.
Oh shoot.
So, you guys make the long walk from the theater
In zigzags.
in zigzags back to the clumsy cookie. You
I certainly am a clumsy cookie.
you make your way through the front doors.
you're a
And-
sloppy cookie, I know.
There's plenty of folks at the bar, and they're all drinking. The Shuni is dishing out orders as fast as he gets them.
I'm going to bed is what I'm doing. I'll I'll lend my shoulder to Solus and kind of guide him up to the room.
I will get Solus's water skin from him and go fill it up and then bring it back.
Oh, let's go.
Here, drink all of this before you sleep.
Okay. He just like chugs chugs the water in the skin.
There
the
you go.
whole thing.
All right.
Brother's gonna piss like a racehorse tomorrow.
Right on. Is there anything that anybody wants to do before the night is over?
I spend the night basically writing notes in my book, like just kind of sketches out a small map to Wayfarer's Exchange and like take some notes down, cross references them with his book about the continent, like just stuff, and then he powers down for 2 hours.
All right.
I'm hitting the hay.
Okay.
I'm exhausted
Yeah.
just hearing about the fucking board play.
I'll go ahead and sleep as well.
Okay. And so you guys find your rest, and in Solus's case, very, very deep rest.
Mm-hmm.
I wake
And-
up with a hangover, I swear. Yeah.
And
hangover vibes.
and as sleep takes you, I think that's a good place to end the session.
Nice.
Womp womp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We went twice in a row with no fighting. I'm sorry,
no
guys.
fighting anybody. It's crazy.
Nothing. No confrontations at all.
Oh, don't
Well, like-
worry.
Not
well,
even
like the-
verbal confrontation.
You know what? No, actually, let's retract everything you just said, just based off of the tone Guild just had. I feel like this is the calm before the storm. Like we're gonna have to end up
Exactly.
fighting the whole ass city before
we
this
can
arc
take
is up.
Bring on.
Exactly.
Not when I'm plastered.
Doesn't
like
have
the
hangover
last-
5, we're all good.
Yeah, there.
Well, like the last episode that we did was more or less a shopping episode after a level up, and then some more fact finding, and then we got here and we did some fact finding. But yeah,
Lots
I'm
of
sure
fact-finding.
we're all primed and ready to go to like
Get into
hopefully
some
have a lot
trouble.
of stuff.
I have been itching to stab a motherfucker.
You'll get your chance. But until you get your chance, thank you guys so much for stopping by, for joining the stream. Thank you to my players. You guys want to
thank
shout
you.
out what you guys got going on, TV Head?
Remember, kids, buy local, steal corporate.
As always. Dawn?
I have things actually, surprisingly.
Let's
And I
go.
they're actual things. All right, so two things. All right. They're both things that are in the works, so you're gonna need to be aware of my social medias and whatnot in order to see when they actually pop up. But first thing is Dawn 2.0 is in the works.
Let's
Yo.
go.
Dramatic. Nice.
Hey, yo.
So that's a thing. That's a thing. Okay.
Okay.
And that's all the info I got on that for you. Two, the second thing is something that I think I've probably mentioned it before, at least once, but it's something that I've been working on for a long time. I have a completely custom, like out of my fucking noggin campaign that I've been writing for a long time that I am very close to finishing. I have a group of people to play. We have like
Nice.
characters and stuff and everything. So it's gonna happen soon. Maybe not like, within the next couple weeks soon, but it's gonna happen soon.
Right on.
So
Nice.
yeah,
Hell
that's my
yeah.
things.
Very good. Very good. Ace.
Nothing of note to report. Just the typical stuff.
Hell yeah. And Vori.
I've got myself set up with some new hardware, so I'm occasionally streaming my first playthrough on Baldur's Gate 3. So if you're interested in watching me fumble through that, you can go ahead and follow me and see when it comes up. Usually the evenings, there's no set schedule for it.
All right. Let me give each of y'all your own little shout out. The only one that works in rapid fire succession anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I
Twitch
don't
for
know
some
why they
reason
changed
Twitch
that.
they put a fucking cooldown on the shout outs through Twitch. So if I want to do them like one after the other, I got to do it in Nightbot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always do something decent and then make it even less decent.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
fucking get that. It's so stupid.
All right, there's all you guys. Everybody who's watching, go give them follows because they deserve it. They're amazing. They're awesome, and they're
you.
No, you.
No, you.
You.
But as far as stuff coming up for me, next Saturday we're going to be getting back into Chrono Core,
Yeah.
Nice.
and we're going to do something a little bit different in Chrono Core this time around. So maybe pop by for that. There's certainly at least two people at this table that's going to be there.
Yeah.
Chrono Core.
And then the weekend after that, I'm going to be doing a Tale from the Kitchen Table. I'm going to be running my very first game of Kids on Bikes on the 27th.
Yeah.
Oh, I hear that's a fun system.
I've read the rule book front to back. It sounds wonderful. I'm really excited. I've got a really zany group to play with me on this one. And
Wait, am I in on that one or no? I can't remember.
I don't think you're in on that one.
Damn. It's still worth watch.
But also keep an eye out on my YouTube page for something interesting relating to that one shot that may or may not have already been uploaded and will be published the day before the stream. So on the 26th, head over to my YouTube channel for something potentially fun. Kind of a new kind of content that I'm gonna test the waters with and see if it's gonna be fun. So keep a lookout for that. And then on the 17th of February is my 2-year anniversary stream.
Nice.
We're gonna be I'm just gonna do some party games. We're gonna I'm gonna bring in a bunch of friends. We're gonna do party games. There, you'll also get to meet the new version of Swamp Dad.
Oh shit!
Yeah, model update.
Woo!
And of course, drawn and this time also rigged by Forgotten, who has done pretty much everything for my channel. And did this model. So yeah, I'm really excited for you guys to see what that is. In fact, actually, once stream's over, I'm gonna pull that in and maybe play around with it a little bit. And also, during that stream is going to be a really big announcement about a new thing, a new project that I'm working on with the help of 3 fantastic individuals who started building this thing with me from the ground up. We're in the testing phase of a few things, and by the 17th, the world will know. And I'm really excited for it, and I know.
Let's go.
I know. There's a couple other people who are really excited about this too. But yeah, no, it's something that I have a lot of passion for. It's something that I'm putting a lot of work into, and I hope it turns out well, because I think this is something that's desperately needed.
Yeah.
So the 17th of February, mark your calendars. Be there. New Swamp Dad and the announcement of the big thing. So the big thing. But for right now, we are going to go ahead and kick it over to Harley Cryptid, who is currently streaming some Stardew Valley. Words are fucking hard sometimes, you know. So yeah, we're gonna go send some love over that way. As soon as I type it into the raid channel thing, Bob.
Tune in February for Gil's big thing. It's coming.
It is. It's coming. It's coming.
Are we still doing phrasing?
I haven't put that sound into the soundboard yet, but I'm going to. Phrasing is still definitely a thing. But yes, Gil Swamp Guy on Twitter, Gil Swamp Guy on YouTube, just everywhere. Just type in Gil Swamp Guy, I'm probably there. And yeah, I'll see you guys next Saturday for Chrono Core, but for now, let's go say hi to Harley Cryptid. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Have a great night.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.